Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, good morning. It is my honor to welcome you at the 27th Annual Forum 2000 Conference. In 1997, President Václav Havel and Nobel Peace Prize laureate Elie Wiesel brought to Prague for the first time a broad array of thinkers, politicians, activists, and religious leaders to meet in the framework of the Forum 2000 Conference. Since then, Forum 2000 is held every year to contemplate the major challenges facing democracy and human rights. When Forum 2000 participants first met in Prague, there was a lot of anxiety, but there was also plenty of hope. We mostly still believed that despite many problems and imperfections, democracy was on a steady rise, and it will eventually prevail, leading to a world where individual freedom, peace, and shared prosperity would be the norm. Today, the situation is different. There is still plenty of hope, no doubt about it, but the level of anxiety has grown significantly. And for good reason. Democracy is under attack. This is a phrase that has become so frequent in recent years that we almost stop paying attention to it. Unfortunately, it is true. And it is being confirmed, underscored, and emphasized by new developments every day. From the Russian aggression against Ukraine to the rise of populist politics in established democracies, from the increasingly aggressive China, Iran, or North Korea to the horrible atrocities committed by Hamas in Israel. The threats to the future of democracy are worryingly clear. Authoritarian regimes are actively undermining the rules-based global order, establishing new authoritarian alliances, formal or informal. Our own cherished democratic instruments, free elections, and freedom of expression are falling prey to non-democratic actors. How should we, the global democratic community, deal with these challenges? How can we protect the rules? How can we protect the rules-based order, which, and we have to admit that, is not perfect and needs reform, but which at least partly protects the small and weak and establishes basic rules of the game? How can we, democracies and democrats, take back the initiative? These and other questions are on the agenda of this year's Forum 2000, and it is important that we seriously consider how to answer them. Time is getting short. I would now like to thank all our partners, without whom this gathering would not be possible. In particular, the National Endowment for Democracy, the Czech Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the International Visegrad Fund, the Bosch Foundation, and numerous other partners and program partners that have made this conference rich and interesting, as it hopefully will be. On behalf of all of those who have worked hard to make this gathering possible, allow me to welcome you at the 2023 Forum 2000 Conference. We look forward to inspiring and productive discussions. As I said, in organizing this conference, we have worked closely with our friends and colleagues at the Czech Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It is therefore my privilege to invite to the podium someone who so wonderfully builds upon the best of the legacy of Václav Havel's foreign policy, applying it to modern and efficient diplomatic practice. Please welcome Mr. Jan Lipavský, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic.
Dear Madam President, dear Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends. It is my pleasure and privilege to have the opportunity to speak at the official opening on the 27th Forum 2000 conference. We are proud that today we are also opening the second edition of the Forum for Ukraine that has been organized in cooperation between the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Forum 2000 Foundation. This is the second time that the shadows of Russian aggression against Ukraine hangs over the Forum 2000 conference. Only a couple of days ago, we were all horrified by the gruesome images of Hamas terrorists killing and kidnapping hundreds of Israeli civilians, including women and children, in communities around Gaza. This is reality. This is our world. Today, we are in the hall that carries the name of the late President Václav Havel, one of the founders of the Forum 2000 Foundation. Let me therefore quote one sentence from his speech titled "Europe as a Task." That, by the way, became the motto of our last year's presidency of the Council of the EU. In his speech in Aachen in 1996, he said, and I quote, "One of the great European traditions is the idea of the free citizen as the source of all power." In this idea of the free citizen that Nazism, communism, and other totalitarian regimes fought hard to destroy during the 20th century. Our country has an unfortunate experience with these efforts of the enemies of human freedom. Nowadays, this very same idea is under attack from the current Russian regime and his allies, as well as from terrorist groups around the globe. The brutal attack on Ukraine is part of Russia's much larger fight against liberal democracy, freedom, and human rights. It reminds us that the fight for freedom, for democracy, for human rights never ends. It never ends because the enemies of freedom will always sought to destroy, to rule, to conquer the others. They are blinded by their lust for power. To face them, we need to be consistent in our quest for freedom. We shall be persistent in upholding the power of the citizen. To succeed, we need political will. The government I'm part of takes the protection of human rights and democracy seriously. Czech foreign policy is once again based on Havel's tradition of active, responsible, and humanistic politics. Our policy is grounded in our historical experience and it's based on value principles. We need to uphold these principles even in the face of evil. We know from our own bitter experience where appeasement leads. It is, therefore, in the Czech vital nation interest to live in a world governed by agreed rules and international law and not by the law of the jungle. We do not want a world in which the great powers arbitrarily determine where the sphere of influence begins and where it ends. To succeed collectively as a democratic world, we also need a vibrant civil society. This is why conferences like the Forum 2000 are the essential part of this struggle. They provide a platform to discuss, to think, and to argue. So let me thank you for keeping on organizing Forum 2000, for bringing people together, and for offering us politicians useful observation for our future actions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Minister Lipavsky. As most of you are aware, it has been a long time since we had a President of the Czech Republic speaking at Forum 2000 conference. I'm therefore very pleased that this period has ended. It is my enormous honor to welcome the President of the Czech Republic, His Excellency Petr Pavel.
Well, thank you for the generous introduction. Dear President Sandu, Minister Lipavsky, distinguished guests, and all of the friends of democracy. I'm honored to have the opportunity to address this well-renowned conference. Forum 2000 has always played a unique role in the public debate, not only as a legacy of Václav Havel, as mentioned, one of the founding fathers, but also as a crucial platform for raising our voices and speaking out in defense of universal human rights around the world. In the early years, the goal was to bring together the world's thinkers and leaders to identify the complex challenges facing humanity at the turn of the millennium. The list of speakers who had the privilege of attending the forum is still impressive today. The forum has brought key debates on the value of democracy, even at a time when our own politicians sometimes downplayed the visibility or even the importance of human rights and democracy, a long-standing pillar of the Czech foreign policy. Fortunately, Czechia has always been built on a strong and engaged civil society. A civil society committed to the responsibility for supporting human rights and human rights activists, free media, and independent journalists, and prisoners of conscience around the world. Just as other countries supported our own struggle for democracy under communism after its fall in Czechoslovakia in 1989, we soon realized that it was and still is our time to help others. By working closely with many domestic and international NGOs, we have shared our own unique experience of transformation from a totalitarian to a democratic society. It was never a straightforward path, and we certainly made some mistakes. But we have learned our lessons, and that, I believe, makes us credible. Looking out to the audience, I see many brave people who do not hesitate to stand up for their rights and the rights of others, granted by international law, but denied to them by their own governments. You are the ones who understand and define the true cost of freedom. It is your personal courage and sacrifice that remind us of how precious and fragile the concept of democracy is. The enemies of freedom might argue that spreading the ideal of democracy is actually an attempt to decide the fate and future of other countries, and thus the undesired interference into their domestic developments. But this has never been the case, because in democracy, this power is reserved exclusively to the people. However, it is our moral obligation to do everything we can to help create the best possible conditions for good and inclusive governance. This year marks the 30th anniversary of founding of my country, the Czech Republic. It may seem like a long time ago, but our own current experience with disinformation and other forms of hybrid warfare shows that democracy is vulnerable and under permanent pressure and can never be taken for granted. Over the last decades, Czechia has focused its effort on development and transformation of cooperation in countries which have gone through a similar process as we did in the 90s. However, more and more, the need to defend democracy is growing also within our own democratic societies. Critical debate and fact-based decision-making are constantly disrupted by narratives based on lies, rapid spread of disinformation, and incitement of hatred. This is extremely dangerous. Not only do they undermine the cohesion of our societies based on mutual respect, trust, and the rule of law, but in the long term, they also undermine our security and prosperity. Yet, the current challenges in defending democracy should not have come as a surprise. Václav Havel foretold this predicament when he spoke of the natural disadvantage of democracy, which ties the hands of those who wish it well and opens up unlimited possibilities for those who do not take it seriously. To untie our hands, we need to improve engagement with our citizens, rebuild trust, invest into better education. And I am convinced that our goal is not a mission impossible. History has proven that the longing for freedom is stronger than desire for oppression. Our fundamental rights and freedoms have always been the cornerstone of our prosperity and security. We need to have a substantial discussion on how to preserve our freedom of speech and open society while strengthening the resilience of our democracies, in particular with the growing influence of technologies on our perceptions of reality. We also need to make it absolutely clear that freedom of speech goes hand in hand with responsibility and can never be taken as carte blanche. Looking at the program of this conference, I am very pleased that these are exactly the topics that will be addressed this year. Throughout my career, I have learned that you can achieve much more if you cooperate with others. I believe this applies not only to people, but also to the governments. The end of globalization as we know it requires that we do not isolate ourselves and to put even more emphasis on working with all our partners around the globe. Promoting an alliance of democratic societies will lead to a more proactive and cooperative approach in areas of our strategic interest. New challenges, such as climate change and cyber threat, requires increased effort and capabilities. At the UN General Assembly, I had an opportunity to listen to and to speak with a number of world leaders and learn firsthand about the complex realities of other countries that are currently facing. My own lesson learned is that we must keep telling our story to other people. And at the same time, we have to carefully listen and to try to understand their own stories. Sharing our unique experience is the best way how to explain our views and policies without patronizing. It is also the best way not to allow anyone to rewrite, erase, or alter our history. Like many of you, I truly believe in the universal concept of freedom, human rights, and democracy. Our strategic competitors are working hard to undermine these values. Unity, dialogue, and cooperation is what makes us stronger and resilient against any kind of threat. Our values are the same values that Ukraine is fighting for right now, and I hope that President Zelensky will soon return to this forum in person as president of a free, sovereign, and whole Ukraine. Terror is unacceptable, be it in Ukraine or in the Middle East, and needs to be resolutely confronted. Hatred and violence have never led to lasting peace and prosperity, and we must ensure they will never prevail in our world. Ladies and gentlemen, preserving democracy is our common responsibility. Its future is in our hands. Together, we should strive to ensure that next year we will meet under more positive circumstances. I wish you a very productive, thought-provoking debates. And I promise that as a president, I will do everything in my power not to let democracy down. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for those wonderful and inspiring words. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce our other keynote speaker of this morning. She's not new to the Forum 2000 conference. We had the pleasure of welcoming her first as opposition leader, facing a very dire situation in a country torn by oligarchs and malign meddling from Putin's Russia. Later, in 2019, she spoke at this conference again as Prime Minister, after forming a complicated coalition and planning, despite the enormous obstacles, important reforms to put her country on the European path. Today, when the country is finally and fully on this path to the EU membership, it is my enormous honor to welcome her again, Her Excellency Maia Sandu, President of Moldova.
Thank you. President Pavel, Minister Lipovsky, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to speak in front of this distinguished audience. It's an honor to be here with you to think together about the present and the future of democracy. Last time I participated in this forum was in 2019 as Moldova's Prime Minister. This was soon after we got rid of a corrupt authoritarian regime which wanted to turn Moldova into a gray zone of lawlessness. I'm here today with two messages. First, democracy and individual freedom remain the guiding light at the end of the geopolitical tunnel for our societies. Second, in their longing for freedom, these societies deserve your full support. In hindsight, when I was there last time, a new Iron Curtain was already casting its ugly shadow over our European home. But we were still hoping at that time. We hoped that the Cold War had ended peacefully, that the Soviet Union and its territorial expansion had been confined to history books as objects of study for inquisitive free minds. We expected that our nations would continue to choose their destiny without constraint from Russia. We hoped that Russia would shed its totalitarian past and look inward to define its worth through economic, technological, and scientific progress, not through capture of land and wanton killings of civilians on the territories of its neighbors. In short, we hoped for a peaceful transition to democracy and well-being for all in our home, Europe. We are in a different world now. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine upended the region and rendered worthless tacit and written agreements, pledges, guarantees. Russia's war is designed to end Ukraine's existence as a sovereign state and of the Ukrainian people as a nation. If Russia had succeeded, it would have probably ended Moldova's existence as a free state too. Today, Russia wants to control former Soviet Union states as it once controlled Central and Eastern European states. Pretexts, ideology, and historical circumstances change. The essence of brute force remains. It is a mistake to believe that any nation in the region can sit it out on the sidelines. The extent of geopolitical upheaval is such that most nations will have to make choices which will define their futures for decades to come. As before, the question is on which side of the curtain do we want to be? On the side of democracy, freedom, pluralism, or on the side of oppression, disregard for human life, and reckless propaganda? Your countries have seen both. Czechia and Slovakia, Romania, Poland, Hungary, Bulgaria were all once held captive against the will of their people on the dark totalitarian side of the Iron Curtain. You know better than anyone what this means. It's difficult to explain it to people who didn't experience it. The Soviets planted and maintained their rule in Central and Eastern Europe through killings, disappearances, torture, and the imposition of pervasive fear. Even the thought of resistance, of democracy and free will had to become impossible. Your nations understand better than anyone how my own country, Moldova, has been held captive for so long. Now your nations are on the bright side, on the side of democracy and individual liberties, on the side of peace and security. They broke free to rejoin their European family. The shift didn't happen automatically. It happened through sacrifice, through the desire to live free and to choose freely. The shift to the bright side was forged through the Prague Spring and the sacrifices of the dark August days of 1968. The entire world pays homage to the courage of your people who cherished their desire for freedom, for belonging to their European home through decades of oppression. In his captive mind, Czesław Miłosz explained how East European intellectuals were forced to accept the realities of repressive regimes. But repressions could not eradicate their inner national core and their disloyalty to the regime. Those who did not give up, those who did not submit, those who fought and ultimately broke free from mental captivity to make the liberation of the late 80s and early 90s possible. It is now our turn to follow the light at the end of the tunnel, to take a safe refuge in the EU and consolidate our democracy. Democracy for us is a choice, both civilizational and existential, to break free, to preserve ourselves, our way of life, set our own path, determine our own destiny, or remain in the past. For too long, the Moldovan people have been denied a voice, denied their national dignity, denied a future. For too long, we, the Moldovans, have not been allowed to be ourselves. But free nations do not sacrifice their dignity, not even to a far superior force. Moldova did not either. We have preserved and we are reaffirming proudly the dignity and self-worth of our people. The unjust and unprovoked war to subjugate Ukraine leaves no doubt. If we fail, we will be dragged back into Russia's sphere of influence, into the past, open to invasion at any moment. Just like the Prague Spring and the Charter 77 in Czechoslovakia, Solidarity in Poland, Moldova's generation of intellectuals, writers and poets from the 90s laid the ground for our national revival movement, which resonates in our hearts and has charted our way forward through the difficult transition process. Their vision, courage, and sacrifice ensured that Russia will not succeed in replanting the Russian world in Moldova today. We live in our Moldovan world. It is small, it needs care, but it is ours, and it is European. We were once torn away from Europe, and we are now restoring our true European identity, just as you did. The road is fraught with risks. We are on the front lines as Russia's hybrid war is gaining steam, to undermine the legitimately elected Moldovan government and wreak chaos to keep the country captive. But I have no doubt that we will succeed. Why? Because democracy is essential for Moldova. The desire to be free, to live in dignity, and decide on our own the destiny comes from within, from the Moldovan people themselves. It is not invented, not imposed. This is our people's genuine choice. The nations of Central and Eastern Europe that have come through long decades of repressive regimes understand and support us in our quest for freedom. I'm certain you will not abandon us as you once felt you were. We know you will do everything within your power to help us chart our course towards the European Union, to welcome us into the free world, into your world. Thank you for your constant and unwavering support to my country.
Thank you, Madam President, for that powerful speech. And yes, I have also no doubt that you will succeed, and we will always stand by you, by Moldova. Now, it is my pleasure to invite the moderator of the first panel, Melissa Chen, and her colleagues, President Sandu, President Pavel, Ms. Joan Chirva, and Mr. Damon Wilson, to the floor.
Madam President, Mr. President, Damon, very nice to sit down with you. Pleasure to meet you. Joan. The plenary session is entitled Democracies Standing Together Vis-a-Vis Mounting Challenges. Welcome to you all. Now, before we begin, I actually want to address events that have happened in the Middle East over the past 10 days, and I want to give participants a chance to comment on this at the end of our discussion. Of course, if you, in the course of this discussion, feel like it's relevant to mention, by all means do, certainly don't avoid it. I actually considered whether I should start with asking a question, but we can easily get bogged down in an entire conversation about geopolitics in the Middle East, so I won't. So with that out of the way, I did want to address it. I want to actually start with the very title of this discussion and challenge it. Democracies Standing Together. Does that make sense? And by that I mean, as an American, I look at US President Joe Biden's Democracy Summit. And the invite list was a bit of a struggle, quite controversial. Turkey was invited. And according to Freedom House's index, it is considered not free. India, according to Freedom House, and also Professor Larry, sorry, I'm just blanking on his name.
Larry Diamond.
Larry Diamond. I was going to say Larry David. Very different American. He mentioned this as well. India is considered partly free. And of course, as an American, I have looked over the past 20 years at my country's close alliance with Saudi Arabia, a theocratic authoritarian state. So when we talk about democracies standing together, is it a paradigm that works? I'll start with the political leaders. Madam President.
In our case, it works because the democratic countries did support Moldova when we were in a very difficult situation at home, fighting a government which was becoming authoritarian, a corrupt government, and the support of our external partners of the democratic world helped us to overcome the situation and encouraged us to continue to fight for democracy. And then, of course, the democratic world helped a lot once the Russian war in Ukraine started, and then Moldova had to face a lot of challenges. And I just want to say that it would have been impossible for us to resist, to overcome these challenges, if it was not for the support of the democratic world. So we do believe that democracy should stand together, and we do count on the on the support of the democratic world in the future.
Mr. President.
I'm arguing for the big global alliance of all democratic countries, wherever they are, regardless if they are gathered in the EU or NATO or any other format. But at the same time, we cannot digitize real life. It's not about 0 or 1. We will probably never find an ideal democratic country. We're all converging to the ideal of democracy. So we may lead endless discussions about a number of countries and their level of democratic status. But we should probably come to a common denominator that is defined by the respect to the rules, that is defined by preferring dialogue and consultation over confrontation, and invite all these countries to a table to discuss future arrangements. We face now the discussion about a rules-based international order that is being challenged by a number of actors, China, Russia, and many others. And there is a good argument to have that discussion, but we have to approach it from the position of all equals, not the might is right.
So you talk about the need for establishing a common denominator. That's very different than a democracy summit like the US president arranged. Would you then, what I'm hearing is the suggestion that that actually is not necessarily a useful paradigm, what the American president established. Because a common denominator is not about democracy, it's about rules-based order. An authoritarian state can abide by the rules-based order if it so wishes.
I'm probably now affected by the impact of General Assembly of the UN, where I heard a number of views from the countries in Latin America, Africa, Asia, that have a number of justified questions about current world order. I think it's fair to lead a very open discussion, but we shouldn't restrict the invitation to the table to those that we deem as democratic. We should probably invite all those willing to discuss and having a frank and open discussion. And that's another format. I think all those countries who are preferring discussion over confrontation should be our partners.
Damon, over to you. Same question, your thoughts.
Melissa, before I take that on, let me just first say, Jakob, if you think about what's in this room, the legacy that has been built towards President Havel, the extraordinary people around this room, it is a really powerful living legacy to Havel, and congratulations for that, because that's part of the answer that I'm going to get to. But also the legacy of Havel was leaders in their intellectual, civic, political life getting into the arena and seeing President Sandu, seeing President Pavel, principled values-based leaders reclaiming the initiative. These are the building blocks we need. Now, Melissa, you asked the framework of Summit of Democracy, Democracies Together. First of all, we do need to recognize that it's actually pretty natural in democracies, if you look at American history, that we're often slow to recognize the challenges in front of us. We're slower then to act on them, and even slower to begin acting together. And this is what we're in the middle of. And so I tend to think of it a couple of ways. We do need democracies to be mobilized, working in together to rally behind the support for the Ukrainian people, for Moldova's European aspirations, to stand by Taiwan's democracy. We need them to work together to think about how to develop means to protect their own open societies, investment screening, and other things that we have just been naive about in the circumstances of today. But I prefer to think of this, rather than democracies versus autocracies, as democrats versus autocrats. When you open up that mindset, your agency we end up having billions of allies on our side as democrats around the world, small d democrats, standing against the few autocrats that hold power. That is the mindset, I think, of how can we understand that the energy and some of the answers are going to come from the vanguard of small d democrats around the world, increasingly working together where we have a responsibility to understand how to accelerate that democratic learning, how to have this sense of solidarity that's being fostered here at Forum 2000, and more importantly, then how to put that into action in a counter-mobilization against autocrats at the third level, which I would say is really standing by those in the most repressive places who are challenging the autocrats on their home turf because they understand the built-in vulnerabilities of those systems, whether it's our Burmese friends, our Tibetan friends, our Zimbabwean friends that are with us, to give them oxygen in this moment, understanding that that's a sense of solidarity for Democrats because they can fundamentally help transform this. If you bring it back, Melissa, it means that democracies haven't fully understood that support for small d Democrats around the world, support for those on the ground in the most repressive societies, is actually among the most effective national security strategies for democracies. And we need our political leaders from Japan, Korea, with those in Europe, across the world, to operationalize that of how we can begin to work in common cause. So I'd open up the aperture a bit, Melissa, to get to the right answer.
And I want to follow up a little bit more on that in a minute about civil society in democracies. But going to Joan, same question about the paradigm, but I just wonder about, I often wonder about this as someone who's covered this for 20 years. When countries like the United States or unions like the European Union are talking about democracy standing together, and then what is the discussion happening in the Global South, for example, around the Democracy Summit, around this sort of, whether, as you mentioned, it's state-to-state, sort of high-level sort of democracies versus authoritarianism. How is it going down in the countries that you're covering?
Thank you, Melissa. If you may allow me to just pick it up from what President Pavel had said earlier with regard to invitations to countries that we all know and see that there isn't any democracy going on. I truly believe in what he said, where we can not only restrict it to the democratic countries, because there's quite a lot that they can actually learn from countries that practice democracy. And I also see it as an opportunity where these countries that have, been claiming to be democratic, but we all know that what goes on does fall far short from what has to happen in a democratic state, can see how beautiful it can be when all the voices come together and begin to speak about how positive democracy is, because we know that that's the most ideal way in which we can see our countries being governed. Because like you all know, democracy is about the people. Without the people, then there can be no democracy. And one thing that they have to realize, actually, which is a positive about democracies, is that they're quite noisy. So democracies will allow people to speak, and they will speak out without having to fear anything. But unfortunately, we see that there are quite a number of countries that will use elections, for instance, as one of the platforms through which they can say we are a democracy, when actually democracy doesn't exist. Because immediately after that, we see quite a number of arrests of people that do want to speak out. And the moment you become critical, then it becomes unsettling to those people that are in power. And they see you as a risk, and they would do whatever it takes to make sure that you don't have that much voice. So some of those experiences that really do go on in these countries that, democratic sometimes and in most instances, democratic by word and not necessarily by practice, can be pushed to ensure that they stick to the word and begin to practice what ought to be practiced. But then coming to the discussions that you were talking about, it's one of those bigger questions, really, and you may wonder what is going on, but I suppose it's one of those things where you extend as much as possible on the table to see how you can discuss and hopefully maybe push forward you know, all the good principles that are being practiced in a democracy, to see that maybe those that don't do that can begin to also pick lessons from there and get to your side and ensure that everybody else lives in a free world. And of course, going by the theme of this conference, where we begin to push and take ourselves to a route of a democratic world order, which everybody else envisions, which we all know is the most ideal world that we all want to live in, because it gives us all the peace and the power and the room and the leverage to practice and fully be free citizens that are able to express ourselves without having to fear anything.
Just to follow up on what Damien said about the small d of civil society, how vibrant is that? What are you seeing? Is it growing, diminishing in the countries you're covering, including Zambia, South Africa?
Yeah. If I look at Southern Africa, for instance, and I will speak from the perspective of me being Southern Africa correspondent for the Committee to Protect Journalists, I do interact almost on a daily basis with journalists in the Southern African region and also civil society players. Let me begin with my own country. Of course, we all know there's been quite some positives coming out with regard to democracy after the previous election. But I'll also take you back to what I had said earlier, that the holding of an election, the holding of a peaceful maybe and free election, cannot be used as a yardstick to measure just how far a government is ready to go on and ensure that people do feel and, confidently speak about how democratic the country can be. While everything else has been going on, we of course have seen a continued arrest of some opposition players for some of the most flimsy reasons that you can ever think about. And all those are actually based on the existing laws that are still haunting us, and most of them have been around for many, many years, from the colonial days, and they're still being used by the government to ensure that there is a suppression of those that would want to speak out and criticize in whatever way possible. And that's been one of the major things. A few things have been done, for instance, the repeal of the defamation of the president law. Right. It's no longer law, effective December last year. But that's just one tiny component of just a number of other restrictive laws that are still existing. We still have the criminal defamation that a number of those that are in power are able to use against the citizens that are known and seen to be extremely critical of the powers that be. We have the cyber laws that are currently undergoing some form of review, but what comes out of that is obviously something for discussion at a much later stage. But overall, while some steps are being taken to ensure that all the democratic institutions that do exist are protected and provide the power that people need, there is also another aspect where the same institutions are actually impeding on the rights that the people have. And what you must know is that our constitution actually guarantees these freedoms, but nobody seems to care much about them, because Article 20 of the Zambian constitution talks about freedom of expression. But in many other aspects, we also have these laws that are existing side by side with what is contained in the Constitution, going against, the freedoms that people have to enjoy. If I may be allowed to move, to our neighboring country, Zimbabwe, which on most occasions is referred to as Zambia's Siamese twin, and, for obvious reasons, because what goes on at times in Zimbabwe is really similar to what goes on in Zambia. That's another area where I will give an example of the holding of the election being misunderstood as something that can be called, or related to democracy. But you see that a number of, for lack of a better term, horrible things did happen prior to the elections and even after. For instance, the clear drive to ensure that there aren't as many people to observe the elections in that country, where several others were thrown out and others were denied accreditation. And some of the local observers, I recall, I think a day before the elections, were arrested for whatever reason. There wasn't any proper reason at all.
So it seems like when we talk about small d Democrats, right, they are under assault in a lot of the in the instances you're talking about. And so I do want to talk about that civil society. I think authoritarian states, semi-authoritarian states, have learned from the lessons of the 20th century. And one thing that one of their takeaways is not to allow civil society to flourish, to allow the small d Democrats to flourish. Damon, that's your bread and butter. You're trying to support civil society around the world. They've got this new strategy. What are your thoughts? How do you fight back?
I think that's an important point. They've got a new strategy. We haven't fully recognized, Larry started to really talk about this last night, to recognize the environment we're in is far more hostile, complex, with sophisticated adversaries that is compounded by the populist backlash in established democracies. And this has created a new environment in which we haven't fully really adapted to act like it, whether democracies as governments or whether democracy support organizations that still sometimes operate as if they're in a benign environment. That hostility is sharp. We see the use of facial recognition technology from Uyghurs to Belarusians and what that means. We see the pressure of democratic diasporas pushing democratic leaders out of your country, whether it's Burma or Nicaragua. And we see this compounded by the rise of a PRC, a China, that's been able to help neuter some of the international institutions, provide a little bit of a protective support for that, all exacerbated because of the populist wobbliness in many established democracies. And so in this environment, we've been seeing on the front lines all of our partners facing extraordinary setbacks, attacks, pushes, and yet in each spot, we see remarkable innovations of how people are beginning to leverage technology for democratic purposes, or how they're being able to think about some of the ways to get around, solve these problems. Ultimately, the openness of a democratic movement is what fuels that ingenuity, that innovation. What we've failed to sort of do, I think, is accelerate that connective, as we have faced the strategy of an autocracy Inc., as Anne Applebaum calls it, of autocrats working together to protect their wealth, to protect their legitimacy, to fabricate elections and democratic processes. We haven't yet mobilized as a democratic community, connecting the dots across so many people and organizations in this room, of how we launch a counter-mobilization for democratic purposes, how we regain that initiative. And I think that's the task of what we're doing here at Forum 2000. I think that is the energy you see within civic movements around the world. People are not sitting back taking it. They're coming together, figuring out how to go on offense. And to see a Ukraine's defense that wasn't just from a Ukrainian military, but from an activated population, to underscore the agency of individuals and civic life to really defend that freedom. And I think that's what's at mix right now and play right now. And it's sort of our task to help connect the dots, accelerate that democratic learning, and support those on the forefront of that struggle in a pushback.
Madam President, how do you support civil society in your country at a time when you are facing multi-dimensional assaults, fairly dramatic ones too?
Well, now our objective, of course, is to strengthen the government institutions, the state institutions, so that the state could protect the people. But we are aware that we need to also work on strengthening the civil society, because things can change, and we need to accept that working for democracy is not something that you do over, 10 years and then you relax. It is clear that we'll have to continue our entire life to work and to fight for democracy. This is how things work these days. And I do believe that we need to have the right expectations, not to believe that we do this hard work and then we stop here and everything's going to be fine. So on one hand, our biggest now effort is to strengthen the capacity, the independency of our institutions, so that they could protect people and they could provide the necessary environment, including for the civil society. But we do have the support of the civil society, tremendous support, especially in fighting propaganda and disinformation, which is a very powerful instrument by Russia to undermine our processes, our democratic processes, and to destabilize the country. So here we have a very good cooperation. We are creating now STRATCOM. The state is creating it, but we're doing it together with the civil society and with the countries which have been doing this for a while. And I do believe that we need to work together, because even when you talk about the Global South, I think there is a lot of disinformation, again, pushed by Russia about its war in Ukraine, and this is becoming a big issue. The free press is extremely important. The free press was very, very important in Moldova when we were fighting a corrupt and authoritarian regime. It continues to be important. We are trying to help it now, but these are elements that we will need to continue to invest and to discover. The technologies, on one hand, can be a very damaging instrument in the hands of the authoritarian regimes. We need to be smarter and to understand how we can use the technologies to protect the democratic processes. These are not easy answers. We're trying to learn from those who are better than us in dealing with these issues. In our case, it's also the dirty money coming from Russia, and this is again about fighting corruption together, because the dirty money which comes from Russia, they don't come straight from Russia to Moldova, they go through other countries. And if we don't have enough openness and interest, including by the countries which have strong anti-corruption institutions and rule of law, if we don't have strong interest on their part to come together and to fight this movement of dirty money, then of course for countries like mine, it becomes much more difficult.
Mr. President, how do you view protecting civil society? Because I think to a certain extent it is a matter of national security as well.
Well, it's interesting how far we moved from this value-based policy introduced by Václav Havel 30 years ago. And speaking for some sentiments in Czechia, many people took all of the democratic benefits as something that they are entitled to, and they took it as a baseline that the state is obliged to give them, and that they don't have to strive for it any longer. It's simply here, and we only have to live better and better and have more and more. Without feeling any sense of responsibility. And I'm not trying to disregard all the positive elements of civil societies, but I have a feeling that we severely underestimated the education towards values over the last 3 decades. That brings us to the situation where we do not see democracy as something that we have to deserve, we have to work for, we have to cultivate, but something that we are simply entitled to. And here I see a lot of efforts to overcome the internal pressures and animosities inserted not mainly from the outside, even though it is a part of hybrid warfare of our competitors or sometimes enemies, but also it is to a large extent our own product that we developed against each other, competing not just among political parties, but among different views, strands. I had discussions with a number of friends from other countries, and it's amazing that the feeling of this animosity and adverse is stronger towards our own nationals than towards our enemies. For example, in the US, when I spoke to my Republican friend, he told me I would rather accommodate Russian than a Democrat. You know? And we have the similarities in my country as well, that people hate each other for their view much more than they hate those who are oppressing others. So we have to put a lot of effort into reminding ourselves the foundations, the values which our societies are built on, reminding how strong civil societies can be if they are well based in values, if they cooperate, if they educate people in the sense of togetherness and defining who is actually our adversary. It's not the progressivist, it's not the conservative within our own societies. It's the influence of countries that are autocratic, that deny human rights, that deny civil liberties. And on those countries, we have to focus our attention not to fighting each other internally, both within one country or within our community of democratic countries.
Now that takes, it sounds like something like democracy literacy, or in the United States, in some schools, what we call civics lessons, which have actually been defunded over the decades. And that goes to the youth. Right? Polls around the world show that young people, Gen Z, millennials, but especially Gen Z, have very little faith in democracy compared to the older generations. So when we talk about supporting democracy and the need to fight for democracy at every generation, there is a need for everyone to address young people. So I want to build on what you said about taking democracy for granted. What are you thinking about? What is your government thinking about? What is your organization thinking about? As a journalist, how are you educating or thinking about addressing young people and trying to explain to them just how important democracy is? For example, I actually don't know, but you know, in Czechia, is there a civics education? Is there any kind of government required, like a class required to learn how the government works, respectively? First of all, Mr. President, since you were talking about this.
Okay, let me start with a couple of concrete examples. One part of the answer is teaching history. In our system, young people end up with the Second World War, or at best the year 1968, and that's it. They do not get anything more from modern history. So how can we expect from them to understand modern history and the place of our country in the context of Europe or the world when we don't give them any foundation for it? So that's one part. The other is education towards citizenship and the values, democratic values. Again, they are getting partially that piece of education, but they are not too much involved in what's going on. And I see the audience, my competitor from the presidential race, Madame Nerudova, who was strongly involved with young people, and actually attracting young people into the process was extremely important, because they wanted to be involved. They were much more informed in a number of areas than the generation of their parents. So now we have a discussion about the age in which people are entitled to go to the elections, to be put down to the age of 16. I think it's a fair proposal, because many people are active, young people are active. They want to be part of the decision making, and they have a number of good ideas. So I think there is still a big debt that we have to pay to a young generation to bring them much more on board, both in terms of education and engagement.
Madam President.
Well, it is true in the case of Moldova that there are many young people who take democracy for granted. And I think with democracy and freedom is like with health. You start to appreciate it only when you lose it. We should do better in terms of education. We do have the civics lessons, but I don't believe that we're doing enough in the schools. So we've been talking about this. It is about education. We have been working very hard to involve young people in politics in general. I mean, I established a political party together with my colleagues, and we had a lot of young people joining us. We do have many very young people as members of the parliament for the first time. We do have 40% of women in the parliament today, thanks to the policies that we promoted in the last several years. We do have many young people as state secretaries or even ministers. We did make it easy for them to access government jobs because young people would need to have lots of experience before joining the government. Now we eliminated that. We do need young people who want to learn and who have the energy, to change things in the country. So we've been doing pretty well in terms of attracting young people in the management of the country, but with those people who are not interested in becoming politicians, presidents of the country, and so on, we have to work harder in terms of education. They do see, on one hand, what happens to the young people in Russia when they criticize the president or when they say that they're against the war and that these young people end up in prison. But I think they don't really internalize it, that this can happen to them unless they will step up and involved in this fight for freedom.
Damon, does the National Endowment for Democracy have a specific overall strategy when it comes to looking at young people around the world?
I'd say the next generation is a top priority in the endowment. We often think of this as an intergenerational strategy and that we can build on the legacy of incredible people who paved the way, whether it's Václav Havel, my own predecessor, Karl Gershman, and build that into the next generation where we focus and give oxygen and energy to take forward that struggle and fight. So it permeates across how we think of our work at the endowment. But I'd also say that this is a bug. This is not a bug. This is a feature of democracy. The frustrations, the unsatisfaction of the next generation, thank goodness. That's a good thing. That's what happens in a democracy that's unsatisfied with the status quo, to make the accountability, the drive of self-correcting mechanisms. We've talked about the importance of state institutions, but it also becomes civic life, independent media, social movements of youth that actually sometimes protect those institutions, that change ways, the way we think about things. So if you think about social movements across your countries, in the United States, an anti-war movement, a civil rights movement, these were often very much empowered and led by young generations that didn't often translate into electoral political victories at the moment. Often didn't. And yet, they helped move and shift the entire parameters and thinking of the broader population, the broader public, that actually means that today, if you're an African American in my home state of South Carolina, a member of the LGBT community, a woman, you are more free today than at any point in American history. And yet today, frustration, anger, dissatisfaction, this is a built-in feature of a democratic process. We don't need outside information propaganda wars to tell us the faults that we all have in our own societies. Our people and our next generation hold us to account, and for that, we are stronger. That is how we have self-correcting mechanisms that by definition are blocked and don't exist in autocratic regimes, which ultimately mean our messiness, as you said, Joan, makes us resilient, while the cleanliness of an autocratic regime can mean it is brittle and fragile. And so this energy is one that we have to nurture, support, and welcome the frustrations and energy of the next generation that pushes us out of our comfort zone.
Joan, your work as a journalist, how often are you thinking of your audience and young readers?
Yeah, quite a lot. I will speak on behalf of the organization that I represent first, which is the Free Press Initiative. We have created a network of young journalists from the training institutions themselves to try and assist them in many ways possible in which they can tell stories. But these have to be impactful stories, unlike, the usual that people will find even on social media easily. And what we're also trying to do is to work directly with these media training institutions to see how best they can incorporate as much as possible what really makes a lot of sense right now when it comes to the practice of journalism. For instance, investigative journalism. That's one of the key areas that can only thrive in a democracy. But then we cannot make the journalists to look at it as something lucrative if they do not understand what democracy entails. So it begins from there where we try and build this capacity, and I'm glad that there's been quite a lot of interest from that perspective, and we're seeing a lot of them coming forward and wanting to be a part of what the Free Press Initiative has been doing. Outside that, we have also been in talks with high school, which we call secondary level education, where we can begin to speak to those that are not yet into tertiary education, so that there can be some sort of enhanced training in civic education, and also work with the educators themselves, because we notice that there's a little bit of a lapse there where the people that are teaching in most of the schools or some of the schools actually don't understand what they need to understand, because you cannot teach when you yourself is not well informed. So there is that aspect of, the civic education that we're trying to do. And personally, as a journalist, I have been, having a lot of mentorship programs with several journalists, and this is usually done in-house, where I personally visit a number of newsrooms to speak about how good it is, to practice as a journalist in a democracy, because there are quite a lot of things that can be done which can only be possible in a democracy. Now, if that is taken away, then it becomes extremely difficult to do anything. And of course, we see how our colleagues have to risk their lives. We have already lost quite a lot of journalists, not just one or two, but quite a lot all around the world, losing their lives because they are playing their role, which is only to inform and educate the people as journalists. We also do work with community radio stations, which have got the largest network in my country, and these have been having licenses without any difficulties, which is one of the positive things. And these do work directly with the people on the ground. So when you talk about the grassroots, those that need to get this information, they are there in all the corners of Zambia, including the most rural of the areas that you can ever think about. But what they lack is education. And that's where now we do come in to try and assist them. And we've tailored programs which work specifically for them and developed some material which will be extremely helpful. And we were doing that just a few months ago, where we developed some standard operating procedures for each of these radio stations in all the 10 provinces of our country, because we believe it's only through that they will effectively communicate. Because it's one thing to communicate, but doing it effectively is another thing. So we're trying to play that role in bridging the gap that has been existing.
There's a lot of work being done with your organization, training young journalists. It's pretty amazing. We have just a few minutes left. I did say at the start that I would give anyone the opportunity to comment, if you so wish, on the events of the Middle East. I imagine both of you have already been asked many times, but I don't know if, Mr. President?
I think we should approach it not from an emotional point of view. Of course, when we see the pictures presented by the media, you can't avoid emotions. But at the same time, we should stick to the very rational assessment of the situation and see where the whole conflict now evolving in the Middle East can lead us, and who is potentially behind. One thing is to condemn very strongly the barbaric aggression that Hamas carried out against Israel. The other is proportionate response. And we also have to distinguish between punishing Hamas and punishing all the Palestinians. There are many Palestinians living inside Israel proper, many Palestinians living in Western Bank that are not affiliated to Hamas and are even willing to find a constructive solution with Israel. And of course, making it emotional will lead us to the binary view. And we should avoid that binary view at any cost and to exert all the pressure on one hand, on punishing all the perpetrators of these barbaric attacks, and on the other hand, to exert pressure on getting back to the table as soon as possible, with regard to resolve the situation in the Middle East without extending the conflict to other countries.
Thank you. Madam President.
Well, Moldova did condemn the atrocities committed by Hamas in Israel. We have one Moldovan who was killed there. And at the same time, of course, we are concerned with the fate of the civilians caught into this atrocities and this conflict in Gaza. And we have people there whom we're trying to get out. But of course, this is not about our people. This is about the innocent people. It does look that this is not just something committed by Hamas, and it might be larger, and it does look that this is going to increase the challenges of a democratic world. Of course, there are questions now about, what's going to happen to support for Ukraine. And I do believe that we need to all understand that the support for Ukraine needs to continue. It's extremely important to help Ukraine win this war. This is not just about Ukraine and Moldova is safe today thanks to the courage of the Ukrainian soldiers and of the courage of the Ukrainian authorities. This is about the international rules-based system, and it concerns everybody, not just in this region, but around the world. So that's one of the reasons why Ukraine needs to be helped to win this war. But I do believe that things might become more complicated now, and we just need to have the unity.
Damon.
Clearly we all witnessed the horrific atrocities and attacks of Hamas on Israelis, the worst loss of life for the Jewish population since the atrocities of World War II and the Holocaust. And I think as Democrats around the world, understanding that the values that we cherish and support are completely under assault when you revert into conflict. To recognize that, for example, the endowment has had programs supporting Palestinian Democrats, independent journalists, women's associations, Next Generation, that believed in a peaceful, democratic future for the Palestinian people. And we've been doing this since the early 90s, coming through the Oslo process, which has been derailed. And to recognize that we should not conflate Hamas with the Palestinian people. Hamas has hijacked the aspirations of so many Palestinians. And I think that's an important thing to understand, how to distinguish the accountability of terrorists with a nihilistic vision of criminal approaches, with how to be able to support what really needs to take root, are those Palestinians that are arguing for, working for something that actually is based on the true voice and agency of the Palestinian people, which has either been snuffed out by violence or corruption.
Right.
They merit support in this time. But I also think in a larger context, we have to understand not to take our eye off the ball of what's happening. Hamas's power today is a result of Autocracy, Inc. We've seen a really networked use of globalized structures, whether it's arms, political protection, financial networks, that are empowering, whether they're corrupt dictators in Africa or Latin America, whether it's Hamas, whether it's ammunition supplies to Vladimir Putin's army today. And the challenges that we're facing are testing democracies globally. We have to mount a sense of resolve and purpose, that we can rise to these challenges in this moment. And if we don't, we will invite more challenges. We will see a conflict in Taiwan. And yet if we can muster the resolve to stand by those fighting for democratic principles and freedom in a way with clarity today, we can help prevent potentially other autocrats that may be tempted to try to take advantage of what they perceive as our lack of political will, our lack of resolve. So these are testing, trying moments that matter very much for the future of democracy.
Thank you. Joan.
Yeah, thank you, Melissa. One thing I will say is what we are seeing is truly what I believe is usually the tactic that the weak try to employ whenever there's a difference. They see violence as the only way to sort out whatever comes up, which to me is something that can only come out of those that are weak, because strong people do not tend to violence. Strong people know how to call each other on the table and say, let us discuss whatever it is that could be troubling between countries or among countries. So whenever you see such things happening where the only thing that you think about is violence, then you definitely, you are able to tell that whoever is behind this does have a weak mind. And this is truly unfortunate, because what we see is extreme aggression and truly emotional and traumatic experiences by the people in those countries where war is going on. And ultimately, I also see a lot of innocent victims. And speaking as a journalist, I see how traumatic this can be on my fellow journalists that have to cover whatever is going on. And unfortunately for some, they even lose their lives. When you talk about Ukraine, we have lost journalists there, which is truly, truly unfortunate. And this is something that must not be allowed to go on. And for me, really, I think the solidarity that we are talking about here has to be turned into real practice than just mere words when we talk about it. And I believe this is something that we can take forward beyond the Forum 2000, whereby we must begin to speak to each other. And when I talk about this, I think it's something that we really have to go in strongly, especially for my region, where we have to find ways in which we can forge our efforts together and begin to call upon whoever it is that is in control of power to ensure that they stick to, what they preach. I know it can be unsettling because nobody is comfortable whenever you speak truth to power. But it's good that we do have leaders, for instance, the two presidents sitting on this panel here and openly speaking. And I know that they are extremely tolerant, whatever criticism is raised about how their governments are being run. But that's not the case for a number of places. And most of the people that do suffer ultimately are the people like myself who are journalists, when we are only, distributors of information that we collect, but we do get along, caught up in all the mess that goes on, which is extremely unfortunate. But going forward, I believe there's still hope for democracy, where we can all stand together and speak as one.
That is an excellent last word. Thank you so much, Joan. Damon, thank you so much. Madam President, Mr. President, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second panel, which has name The War in Ukraine and its Global Impact. And I would like to welcome distinguished speakers. First of all, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Portugal, my friend João Gomes Gravino. Also, I would like to welcome Michael Ichihara, professor of Hitotsubashi University and a member of the program committee of the Forum 2000. I would also welcome Luis Almagro, General Secretary of the Organization of American States, and Emmanuel Guillemard-Boady, the founder and the leader of Africa Barometer, very important institution. So thank you and welcome here in Prague. We are living in a strange world. Things are happening, and a lot of things is happening. The impacts of Russian aggression against Ukraine are felt across the whole world. The EU is facing massive and treacherous Russian propaganda campaign in the global south, using criticism of the West. I give you a few examples: colonization, unjust world order under Western hegemony, and calls for new world order. And those calls for new world order are clearly the call to change the current international order based on rules. And the biggest question is, what will happen? What will be the result of this, which I tend to see maybe as some kind of even global confrontation? We have tasked to intensify the joint effort of the EU countries in outreach to the so-called Global South, and not only to discuss about values and principles, but also we need to be ready to solve practical issues like food prices, energy prices, security affairs. So that leads me to my maybe broad but very first question to you. João, what will be the world after the war?
Well, that is a broad and challenging question. I think largely the response to that lies in what we do now. And now at the moment we're facing a very particular challenge, because over the past almost 2 years we have been very much focused on Ukraine, and last week we've had this conflagration in the Middle East that has grabbed our attention. And there are a couple of points, a couple of similarities that I think are worth exploring for a moment. The first one is that we, in both cases, ignored the warning signals far too long. We were not sufficiently attentive. The second point, of course, is that both of these, in different ways, are major, major threats to international order. And with respect to the first of these aspects, that we ignored the warning signals, we speak to our friends from the Baltic states, from Poland, they say, we were talking about this. But also when I speak to our Arab colleagues, they say, we were waiting for something big to happen. You know, this couldn't go on, couldn't keep on going on. So that really underlines the point very well made by President Pavel in the earlier panel, where he said we have to tell our stories and we have to be willing to listen to the stories of the others. That will help us go part of the way. But when we do this, We cannot fall into the era of absolute relativism. If you understand, the French have an expression, tout comprendre, c'est tout pardonner. If you understand everything, then you forgive everything. And that is, I think, a step way too far, because there are values that we all need to be sticking to. The values of maintaining the international order, reinforcing the international order. And when we talk to, I really don't like this expression of the global south, or the plural souths, people around the world, about the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, it's pretty black and white in terms of international law, in terms of the Charter of the United Nations. It's absolutely clear, and most people understand this. What is not so black and white is why they should consider it important, why they shouldn't consider it just a European problem. That's where we have to be really strongly engaging in explaining our stories, where we're coming from, how this fits into international order, listening to stories of others, and understanding how their concerns about international order also have to be addressed. And the current situation in the Middle East is a very major challenge with respect to Ukraine, because we absolutely have to avoid the accusations of double standards. So we have to think very carefully about the positions that we adopt and be coherent with our principles.
Okay. The point is, and it was discussed in the previous panel, is it a cooperation of democratic countries, or is it a cooperation of all countries? Are we looking at solutions based on the common denominator? What is the common denominator? And the very foundation of international rules-based order is now shaking. So how do you see the future of that cooperation? Will be there some club of democracies which will be more formalized, or we will try to promote those values through the UN and the other organizations, as we were successfully trying to do so for decades? So how you foresee that?
Thank you. Well, if I think about this international cooperation issue from Japanese perspective, I think there are both sort of positive element and also concerning element. The positive element is that there was a sort of major realization, especially in Japan and also other Asian countries as well, like Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, and others, that giving up Ukraine is to let those revisionist countries and revisionist authoritarian countries like Russia to change international order. So we cannot give up Ukraine. And that is for the sustenance of the international order. And we also had the big realization that, with the massive inflow of distorted narratives and disinformation from Russia, with the help of Chinese trolls in Asian societies, with this war, we realized that we also have to maintain democratic discourse and liberal international order as well. So there was this big realization. On the other hand, one concern was that, because especially at the initial stage of this war, we talked a lot, in the international society, we talked a lot about the importance of cooperation amongst democratic countries, democracies. And so it became like a frame of democracy versus autocracy. And that actually pushed a lot of global south countries away, making them feel like this seems like an ideological war. So later on, I'm aware that many countries like the US, Japan, and so forth decided not to emphasize democracy, but to emphasize more about the importance of human rights protection, or the importance of the sovereign international order and so forth. And that means that we actually weakened the discourse on democracy itself in order to orchestrate support from the global south as well. So we probably into the future, we have to think how to maintain discourse of liberalism in the world while trying to make partnership, better partnership with other countries, including Global South as well.
Thank you. Democracy versus hypocrisy. It's traditional fight between what's being said and what really happens. And the West is very often being accused of hypocrisy, of using values when it's useful for West. How is West perceived in Africa, right now, in African countries? Is it diverse? Is it common view? How should we understand? How should we understand this issue?
I mean, first of all, I speak not as a specialist, but as somebody who I try to keep my ears to the ground and I listen to people. Sometimes in my work, we interview people and get their opinions, not specifically on this. But first, I think we have to understand that long before the invasion of Ukraine, Africa and many Africans have seen an evolving international order different from what prevailed in the 90s and in the 2000s, and that Russia and China have been on the prowl on the continent. They are gaining increasing attention, and they are attracting allies among Africans, especially among African autocrats who see a great deal of affinity between the aspirations, their desires, and those of Russia and China. But again, from the African standpoint, we should also recognize that the West voluntarily vacated the African space for much of the last almost 10 years and more, and that this vacuum has been filled by others. And so when in the wake of the Ukrainian war, the invasion, there was the expectation that Africa should vote along with the West, with G7 and others in the UN. Well, that was quite unrealistic, and you saw the outcome. I also see that within Africa, first you have to make a distinction between the leaders and the people on the street. Not all the leaders have bought into the Russia-China agenda, but on the other hand, they see an evolving international order and they see an ongoing new Cold War. They don't know what the outcome of the struggle will be, so they are hedging their bets. You see that in the way some of them talk one way and vote another way at the UN. That's for the leaders. On the African streets, when young Africans saw the way in which Ukrainians were welcomed, Ukrainian refugees, and those fleeing from the conflict were welcomed readily in the West, and then compared that to the ham-fisted way in which African security and migration issues are handled, well, they saw hypocrisy, and your word was right. And so if we were expecting solidarity from the ordinary young African on the street, you rather saw them alienated, feeling discriminated against, feeling that there's a bias against them, and feeling even more frustrated. And I think how to repair this damage is part of what we should be thinking of and dealing with when we are thinking of a new world order or restoring some sort of a liberal democratic world order.
Not an easy question to solve, but it's a huge task in front of us. What is the perception in Latin America? What is the perception of the European affairs and our calls for values and democracy, which is something where we really excel?
There is so much at stake, and and we are always going to lose when there is a war in Europe. There is nothing for us to win. And this war is very important because it's a war about democracy, it's a war about principles and values, it's a war also about interest, like every war. And all Latin American countries, Caribbean countries are seeing that is quite a serious challenge for them. And they, of course, we have aligned with principles. We have to be clear that aggression is not possible and aggression is a crime. We have been clear also, we have retired the status of permanent observer of Russia from the Organization of American States. We have been clear also with resolution and declarations made under our organization related to that matter. And we still have to deal, of course, with some interest. Russia is a big country, was a big market for most of our country. Some of our countries, because of the position that they took, they have lost a lot of their trade and their markets abroad. And of course, we running into uncertainty. That was not something that we needed, especially after COVID. We are running under uncertainty of food prices, of energy prices, and of course, if the violence that exists in the world is permeating everything. It's in a continent that has a lot of violent deaths per year. But you see, we have seen that defending democracy and defending yourself is what it matters the most, and to have your house in order is what it matters the most. We have seen the conflict of the aggression, also conflict of Azerbaijan-Armenia before that. Then we saw the war of aggression of Russia to Ukraine. Then we saw the attack of Hamas to Israel. So we are seeing a world where everything is valid, where everything can be validated later. And that is also a war where you can lose a lot, especially when you have institutions that are sort of weak in many cases, economies that are not so strong in many cases, and of course an underground of violence mainly related to organized crime and drug trafficking that is very much connected to Russia and other authoritarian regimes in the world. So we have a lot to concern. Our principles are clear, our values are clear. We have expressed them, we have put them on the table, declaration and statements, resolutions, but also we have to see that any war in Europe, it affects the rest of the world, but any kind of aggressions that exist now in the world, it can bring a lot of uncertainty to our countries, especially when we have 3 clear dictatorships in our continent.
So my question is, if stakes are so high, if such values are being challenged, if the world order itself is challenged, why is there the Ukraine war fatigue? Why are people tired if it is such a important fight?
Well, Jan, I think that firstly, I'm not entirely sure that there is fatigue. Obviously, after a year and 8 months, people want something different. That's more than reasonable. It's also the case that public opinion finds it difficult to sustain more than one crisis at a time. So now all of the focus has gone on to the situation in the Middle East. But I think that in my country, and I'm sure this is true in many other countries in Europe, there is a very strong sense that we absolutely need to support Ukraine until it achieves the strategic victory that is fundamental for all of us. At the same time, when we reach out and speak to colleagues from around the world, we realize that on their side, all they see is not the potential gains from the establishment of the re-establishment, consolidation of international law and order, what they see is the tremendous consequences in terms of their living standards. Professor Jeremy Wadi made a very important point about the double standards with respect to the treatment of citizens. And that aspect is one that we have increasing difficulty in dealing with because we have a deficit. We have had a long time in which we have been, frankly, very excessively focused on our own internal European matters. You and I frequent the Foreign Affairs Council once a month and remember how in the beginning it was all just Ukraine, and then, wait a minute, we have to explain Ukraine to the rest of the world. And then it was, we tried to explain, but they didn't understand. I think now we've reached a point around that table of the Foreign Affairs Council where there is a much deeper understanding of what engagement with the rest of the world means, and we're seeing our colleagues going out there, dialoguing, listening. And so I think we're getting a better Europe out of this, but it's an uphill struggle, and we have no choice but to explain around the world that we need to see this through to a situation where we are not defeated in terms of our stand on international order.
Better Europe, geopolitical Europe, stronger Europe. Maybe it is there, maybe it will be there. It's our job, actually, to do so right now. But there's one big concern, and that's the rise of authoritarianism, and especially in the Pacific region. How this can go into the whole mix? What is the perception of some war in Europe? You know, please solve it, calm down. You know, that's what I hear in the different words from counterparts who do not ride on the wave of international order. So, how can we understand this?
Discussion on geostrategy and geopolitical tension in the Asian region also has intensified after Russian aggression of Ukraine, and there is a greater sense that what we are facing right now is indeed authoritarian sort of erosion of international order using this geostrategic card. And well, basically, Asian countries all have strong economic trading relations with China, and so there are those, especially business sectors, who are sort of a bit concerned about cutting, economic relations with China altogether. But at the same time, there is a stronger sense that if we do not take some action sometime soon to prevent, deter China from making significant attacks, especially against Taiwan, then we will see a disastrous sort of Asia in the future. And that's definitely one thing. And so there has been sort of consensus amongst that Asian region that we have to think about how to react to China. But at the same time, most of those Southeast Asian countries, especially, did not want to, show open sort of antagonistic sort of attitude against China. And we also have to think hard as to how to appeal to domestic public, because those who are sort of anti-China in Asian countries are the hawkish ones, whereas those Democrats are more liberal and sort of accommodative to China. So, if we have to think about how to strengthen democracy while tackling this authoritarian erosion into the region, then we have to actually find a middle ground sort of narrative, not necessarily making China the only enemy, but to think about how to protect democracy.
And how to understand this new axis of evil, which goes from Tehran to Moscow to Pyongyang.
Well, I don't think there's not much discussion about this autocracy Inc. In the Asian region so far, but I see really a massive partnership of those authoritarian countries, well, in terms of especially narratives in the region. Well, as I said, Chinese trolls have been helping spread well, Russian propaganda, and also those, you know, for example, Chinese state media or private media are also orchestrated, and that actually makes it more complicated for. Actually, this is not only for Asian region, but also for whatever countries that conspiracy theorists within our societies also, you know, try to buy those narratives. And so we cannot necessarily say that, okay, this is about authoritarian countries versus us, but we also have to think really hard how to solve those issues of conspiracy theories within our societies, and also how to overcome the divide within the society as well.
I have to agree that there lies a huge responsibility for platforms which are operating, you know, speaking about Facebook, Twitter, X, you know, which enables this to happen. And this is again task, especially for the US Congress probably, to make some regulation. The EU is doing quite a lot, but we can see that those platforms in very small bubbles of different countries may play a major role. And this is something which globally we still are learning. If we move to African continent in this sense, does it make sense for us to be speaking about values and democracy? Does it make sense even to try to put into our narratives, or should we, you know, now I use that we are ministers of foreign affairs, should we be more practical oriented, make deals, you know, try to be better than China, better than Russia with their deals, not to ask those pesky questions?
So I think I can answer this question from the vantage of Afrobarometer and the findings of our surveys. We've been doing these surveys since about 1999, 2000, 24, 25 years, and there has been consistency in how much Africans say they prefer to live under governments that are democratic, accountable, and responsive. There is also consistency in their assessment of how much of this is being delivered to them and the gap that exists between expectations, aspirations versus delivery and supply. From that standpoint, I think it would be a big mistake for the West to basically abandon the promotion of democracy and good governance in Africa. It is the attraction to the ideal, to ideals of democracy and much of the Washington consensus that inspired the democratic movements in Africa in the 1990s and 2000s. Part of the disappointment and frustration today has more to do with failure to deliver. In the last survey, we asked questions about whether citizens would accept military intervention in situations where the elected incumbent government is being abusive of power and being corrupted and so on. Well, unfortunately, we got about a slight majority across the continent saying that they welcome military coup. But it also varies very sharply from country to country. So you get a country like Uganda where almost the entire population of adults say they don't want military coup. And then you get other places like Mali where a very large number says, yes, we welcome military coups. It's got to do with performance. South Africa, for instance, you get for the first time, support for democracy is a minority opinion in that country. And when we look at it carefully, it almost tracks with the degree to which South Africans perceive corruption at the presidency. So people prefer democracy. If they don't get it, they feel frustrated, they feel that they are being abandoned. And so if you can help prevent, and if the West can help prevent this state of affairs, then it should do so. From this standpoint, it was a big mistake for the West to have de-emphasized democracy and good governance promotion in Africa in favor of the commercial and the security and energy security and stemming extremism. That focus took away much of the vigor and the emphasis that had been placed on democratic governance. But Africans say they want it. Anything you can do to help them to get it, please do, instead and not abandon.
I'm glad to hear that for you. It's a positive message that we have something positive to offer, that we have something which, for example, Russia and China cannot offer. And that's something which we need to be working with. And it also supports the idea of doing both, speaking about values and doing business and trying to strive for prosperity and good deals hand in hand. So I think this was a very important message you just conveyed to us. I'm from Prague, from Czechia. We don't have sea, so for us to travel to Latin America is always something special. But what are the connections? We have a lot of historical and cultural connections where we can find the way how to commonly develop the better world. What can be the narrative which would sound in Latin America?
You want me to do your job? I don't, it's something that I was talking about this morning, and that is valid for practically everybody in the international arena. We understand what is convenient for us, and we don't understand what is not convenient for us. Like children, you tell children, do your homework, he doesn't understand. Go and take your shower, he doesn't understand. You say, go and play football, he understands immediately. Or go and watch TV, and he understands immediately. So you have to find the things that are convenient for us and that can make a connection. Of course, there are things that are important for us. Democracy and human rights values and protections are very important for us. And if we see our hemisphere, maybe the only one, but it works like that. The better our democracy is, the better our security, the better our access to rights, the better our economies. They go together. So that is, human rights, they look like an abstract thing too. When you talk human rights, sometimes it looks empty, but except when they start missing, and we have missed them during the dictatorships in the Southern Cone, and we are missing them already in in the dictators we have in the region. So we have to deal with these things in a way that is easy to understand why it's convenient. And of course, we understand what is convenient when you have, for example, a commercial agreement. But we see, for example, Mercosur have negotiated a commercial agreement with the European Union for, I don't know, 4 decades, and it's still there. So, I mean, it's very difficult to understand that you are close to us when we are not able even to sign something basic. What is the message? The message is you don't value so much. The message is like, oh, you're not so important, maybe. So it's something that you have to be, your words have to be consistent with your actions. And of course, if you have more trade, more investment, more partnership, more cooperation, Latin Americans and Caribbeans will understand that immediately. But if it comes with a lot of trouble in trade, a lot of troubles in cooperation because of middle-income countries, a lot of troubles with climate change, a lot of troubles with issues that can be specifically addressed, then will be very difficult. So a lot of the things have to be reversed in order to make them come on the right track. We understand principles and values, but we have to fill them with the efficiency of our democracies, and we have to. Our democracies have to deliver every 4 or 5 years. They have to face accountability of the people, and if you have not been able to be efficient during those years, you are out. So the speech, the words have to come with some of the basic things that I have referred to.
Okay, thank you. And now I would like to open floor for the question from you, from the audience. But I would like to start with one very special person to have a first remark and question. It's Ivana Klimpuš-Cynthadze. And she's a former Deputy Prime Minister of the Ukrainian government and now the chair of the Parliamentary EU Integration Committee. So we have such a mic. Maybe it's new for you. It can be thrown, so I want to demonstrate it for everyone. So please try to catch it. Yes, yes, like this. Okay. Perfect. And this is the way. And this is the way how it will be sent. It might be, of course, it can be done in a different way, but make sure that you don't do it too far. Well, you need to see some raised hand, and that way we will pass the mic. So, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. And I very much appreciate your opening points. And for us, it's extremely important that you. So it doesn't work, right? Just catch it, and then it doesn't work. Okay, so you like this, right?
Maybe it will work later. Let's see.
Okay, well, once again, Minister, I wanted to thank Forum 2000 and you personally for actually placing Ukraine in such a big and important focus here during this conversation. I want to make several comments. We have to remember this war of Russian Federation against Ukraine did not start 1 year and 8 months ago. It started already almost 10 years ago. And that means that we have failed to use all our ability to actually deter it from developing into such a scale war, full-scale war as we are fighting it right now. We are very, very grateful to all the nations that have been helping us over this period of time. But we also understand that we have come probably all together, not necessarily to tiredness, but to getting used that this brutal war is being fought somewhere here in Europe, very close actually from where we are right now, and that this is part of our new normality. And I think that right now we are standing in front of a challenge how to ensure that this plateau of support that we have reached is actually changed to additional increase and to additional impetus for the assistance towards Ukraine. And yes, you are discussing here right now how do we explain this to many other societies in the world. This is incredibly important to explain, but we also have to understand that this is not exclusively about us. If we all fail together to defeat Russia in this war, we are not there yet. We are not there on the same wavelength in understanding that it's not only about Ukraine winning, but it's about Russia being defeated. Then we will provide additional indulgence for not only Russian government, but also to many of those who are watching very attentively whether it's okay to use the power of might in order to attack its neighbor, whether it's okay to forget and just throw into the bucket the statute of the UN. We have to understand that the consequences of the domino effect in the case of failure of Ukraine winning this war and Russia being defeated are actually going to be drastic for the whole world, not exclusively for Europe. And one more thing that, while explaining to everybody what is going on, we have to remember that only those who can help are capable of actually mobilizing. So part of the world has to be explained, and part of the world has to be mobilized. And how do we get to that point? How do we ensure that our societies are not getting used, that this is just another war that is being fought at the backdrop of so many other priorities that are raising with the terrorist attacks on Israel, with other wars that are being maybe prepared, or with other crises and important things that have been mentioned here around this discussion table.
That's quite a clear question. Who would like you to hear the answer?
Well, I think that it would be very important that we heard from ministers, and it would be also important that if we heard from our colleagues from Asia and Africa. I think that is to anybody who wants to pick it up.
Yes, yes.
And where's that thing that I have to...
So that will be a second attempt. So, okay, there are raised hands, so maybe...
Don't make it to President Ilves, I won't manage.
So, Joao, I think the question was clear, how to... it's a question basically which was there, but again, how to make sure.
Yeah, no, this is the challenge, is to explain why this is relevant, why what is happening in Ukraine, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, why this is relevant for international order around the world. And the challenge here is that when Russians talk about new world order, reconstructing the world order, this can actually sound attractive. Of course, the attractive bit is about international social justice, about reforming the international financial institutions. But that's not what Russia has in mind. What Russia has in mind is the right to colonize the former territories of the Soviet Union. But they don't go into that detail. They talk about New World Order. New World Order has aspects that we should be working on more effectively than we are. And I think in the United Nations, now in the General Assembly that happened a few weeks ago, it was more and more clear that there is a major problem with the reasons why we're not achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. There is a major problem with the international financial architecture. We need to be addressing those issues. If we address those issues, we can make it much clearer what is the problem that we need to be addressing with respect to Russia's challenge on international order, because that part of the United Nations Charter, which has to be a fundamental element in any new international order, the charter that we have, there's nothing wrong with it. You can tinker with how many members are in the Security Council, but that charter has to be a fundamental pillar, and that is what Russia is challenging. So we need to be able to get into that, to dive into that discussion about what the world order is, what the world order should aspire to be, and what it needs to, what the aspects that need to be maintained.
Well, that issue is very important for Asian countries as well. Well, of course, because we also have a lot of territorial issues, especially with China, and so Asian countries are looking very closely on this war. And countries like Japan wants to make sure that Ukraine is going to win. In order to maintain this international order. Basically those relatively newer countries in Asia also emphasizes the importance of sovereignty norms. And so they also are on the side of supporting no violation of territories. And for that, but yet, because they do not want, many of the global South countries in Asia do not want to take sides, and so for Asian major countries, the major task is to sort of mobilize those global South Asian countries to the side of Ukraine, so that Ukraine can win. And here, there's a very, very much complication in a sense that, well, as I said, if we emphasizes too much about the importance of democracy, then it becomes, well, it could potentially look like, you know, antagonistic geopolitical battle of ideology. And so, for example, in the case of G7 Hiroshima summit, which was led by the Japanese government, well, in the statement, they decided not to write too much about democracy. Well, that was apparently in order to, you know, mobilize global support for to, you know, fight against Russia. Instead of emphasizing democracy in the statement, what they did was to emphasize this threat from Russia in the short term, and also threat from China in a longer term. And that made those Asian developing countries a bit uncomfortable again, because that was talking about China, which is a very important trading country for those developing Asian states. So this, you know, importance of Ukraine's win is, well, very strongly felt in the Asian region. But, you know, how to do it, how to mobilize support for that, especially in a sustainable manner, is requires a lot of political sort of, you know, strategy.
Any comments?
Just a small comment. I think for Africa, much of the situation in Ukraine would be best understood if some of the misinformation and misunderstandings are clarified. Remember that in the 60s, 70s, up to about mid-80s, quite a number of African technocrats today, my generation and slightly below, had gone to universities in the Soviet Union. There, they acquired an understanding of Soviet history, including Crimea and so on. That was very much a communist type of education. They've come back and they still hold on to those views. So 2014, I'm talking to a colleague, a close friend who has studied in Ukraine, in fact, about Crimea. And he said, well, but that has always been part of Russia. And so for him, there was no question. And I believe there are quite a number of educated Africans, technocrats, who hold on to these beliefs and misunderstanding, some of which, of course, has been reinforced by Russia propaganda. That needs to be countered. They need to be educated out of this. Question is, who is providing that explanation? Who is providing that alternative and more correct view of history of those places? I don't see that being done, and I think it's one of the contributions that meetings like this can make, if it can lead to greater and better understanding of the history of the societies leading to the invasion.
I liked the term "fight of ideology." I imagine, you know, the communism versus capitalism, Soviet versus Americans, but democracy has formally won a long time ago. In theocracies, in popular front regimes, in kingdoms, they all have elections, formally. Even in North Korea, they have elections. So I think it's important that this conference remind us that we need to be working on the fabric of society, on institutions, on freedom of speech, journalism, to have a plural society. And that's much harder and complicated concept than just to have a democracy on a standard. But there's another question. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Minister. I address two questions that are very much interlinked, very much related, and I address them to all the members of the panel, including to the moderator. Okay. So the first question relates to the end game. I entirely agree with most of what was already said. We cannot afford, meaning the international values-based order cannot afford that Russia wins this war in Ukraine. But what that means in concrete terms, what is the end game? What really means that Russia is not going to win? And then the day after question. We all know that Ukraine was and is not yet a member of NATO, so it is not protected by NATO deterrence. So we cannot say, honestly, that deterrence failed. It did not fail. Ukraine is not under the protection of Article 5 of the Washington Treaty. What failed, in my opinion, was containment. And how to contain Russia? After defeating Russia in Ukraine, in order to avoid that Russia looks upon other targets. Georgia, it will not be the first time. Moldova, God knows. How to build a strategy that would avoid further adventures from Russia. Thank you very much.
Okay. I take the challenge and I'll try to briefly also provide an answer. For me, the end game is Ukraine able to keep its sovereignty and territorial integrity, and any kind of peace, just peace, needs to be with the full agreement of Ukrainian society and political elites. Anything else which would be forced on Ukraine would immediately lead to constant, perpetual Ukraine domestic crisis, and it would spoil Europe for decades. Because it would not solve the conflict, it would just change the nature of the conflict. And this is something which I am always vocal when I speak with my European and American friends and try to explain them. It is not just us being nice to helping Ukraine. It is our very vital interest that we will solve the issue in a correct way. And I think everyone who sees how Ukraine is valiantly fighting much stronger enemy, it's giving us the clear example that they really want to have a word in a solution of that. Day after, of course, it's a very complicated question, but I will provide one anecdote. This Friday, I had a dinner with one very prominent figure leading one of the leaders of the Russian opposition living abroad. And we spent the dinner discussing if that is a civil war in Ukraine or not. And it was a figure of the Russian opposition, very, very well-known person. So we should create such a strategy which even after Putin, even after this regime will still be containing Russian imperialism, which I do not foresee that Russia would go through any significant change, because I don't see that there would be some kind of defeat which could bring, which could brought that change to Russia. And definitely we are not seeking to that happen in a nuclear superpower. So we need to be very realistic in that. But we have a very good question. What is the end game? How the day after will look like? And I leave the floor open.
The first turn, so I take the second one first. It is very important that Ukraine wins, not only that Russia is defeated. It is very important. If not, it would be the world upside down, and it will be a change in the international way that we communicate what is wrong, what is right. And if actions like the Russian aggression, like the crime of aggression, is validated by a victory, if human rights violations by Russians are validated by a victory of Russia, it cannot be held in the near future. It will be hard for everyone, everywhere in the world. Everywhere where you have authoritarianism. And we see, for example, Venezuela going for a referendum about the Essequibo. That is, sounds familiar, no? It is something that we need to remove from the equation. So it is very necessary not only that Russia is defeated, but that Ukraine wins and that justice will be done afterward. And those that have committed the crime of aggression will be judged. And those that they have committed human rights violations will be judged. And that the world will be able to go on with democracy and a way of resolving controversies in a peaceful way. If we accept, if Russia wins, then a lot of countries and authoritarian regimes around will find that this is a way of moving forward solutions, and that it's not possible. It's already a world where everything seems to be valid or validated, as I said. Every kind of aggression, in Armenia or in Israel or in Ukraine. We cannot accept that. We have to reverse that. And for that, the Ukrainian victory is an imperative. And that is something that we have to push forward. And we are we should be very proud of the courage that the Ukrainian people have showed, because they have carried on this struggle mainly alone, with some support, but this support is in other resources. But those on the ground are Ukrainians, and they are fighting for a war for everybody in the world.
Strong words.
If I may. Well, there was this discussion on the importance of containing Russia, and well, I would also sort of like to raise a flag that this is something that we have to be careful in discursive space, because you know, whatever antagonistic sort of approach, if we look like taking, could potentially cause a backlash from potential partners for the West. I mean, well, you know, those campaign slogans which sounds very strong against Russia, against China, or against those authoritarian powers, could be very effective in a short-term period. But well, you know, you know, Ukraine, Russian attack against Ukraine is happening in the European soil, but this is a large-scale war which has an impact onto the international society as a whole, and we should not think about the discourse within Europe alone. We have to really think about how those you know, non-European countries would react, would think about the discourse that we have been having. So for that sake, I really think you know, we actually have to think harder as to how to maintain pro-rights discourse. Although you know, democracy might actually push those global South countries further, but we really have to hold tight with these pro-rights arguments. And well, you raised a really wonderful point, important points of the fact that those authoritarian countries are even using elections. And that's indeed one of the most important issues that we have. Well, which is that, you know, those elections in those authoritarian countries are fabricated, or they use staffed voting. They actually disband, you know, opposition parties before elections, or they even, you know, will close down journalists, you know, media, in order to, you know, maintain lack of accountability. But this actually distorts the idea of free, fair, and regular elections. And the same thing is happening with China and Russia's massive attempts of distorting other type of liberal norms, like, you know, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. And so we have to make sure that even if we are not to underscore the importance of democracy itself, but we still have to talk about how it is important for the people to maintain freedom, to maintain the rule of law in order to maintain the international order. And that sort of somewhat broken down conceptions than democracy might actually resonate better with non-Western countries.
Very nicely put it. I would subscribe that. We have last 7 minutes, so I propose to have 1, 2, 3 quick questions and then wrap it up. Please ask.
Oh, thank you very much. My name is Katya Dekanoidze. I'm from Georgia, member of the parliament. So I have to really underline that everything started in Georgia 2008. Nobody mentioned it here, but in 2008, Russia made the full-scale aggression to my country, and 25% of my country is still occupied under Russian aggression. And I have to agree to my friend Ivanka, who is sitting here, that the best containment for Russia is to really just sending the signal to Russia that yes, the European civilization or Western civilization can really accept Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine into their family, to the club. So, but here is a problem also, that we're talking about the war fatigue. But can we ask the Ukrainian soldiers on the front line what is war fatigue? They have to fight it everyday life. But also we have to contradict the populistic regimes and the governments, especially in Europe, who really talk to their people that to help Ukraine is charity. And that to help Ukraine is not charity. To help Ukraine is to battle and to fight for our own freedom. So my question to you, probably all of you, and the minister to you, will be how we have to really contradict this populistic approach that helping Ukraine, helping Georgia, or just, helping all countries against Russia is charity, and it's not the real choice of the civilization. Thank you.
I think the question was very clear. Thank you.
I can
throw it. Yes.
Hi, Benjamin Tallis, German Council on Foreign Relations. This war has the potential to be a system-transforming war. The question is, what is the transformation we want? I think we spend too much time talking about defending the order we have, defending the rules-based order. We have to be honest and recognize this order has not been sufficient. It has not been sufficient to make a world safe for democracy. It's an order that many around the world consider to be rigged. So what is that transformation that we want to see to make a more inclusive order, but not one where anything goes, one that is actually genuinely a safe order for free societies? And I'd love to hear from the panelists, what is the one change they would like to make to our institutions, our rules, or the spirit of that order to make that happen? Thank you.
Very good question. One change. Yes.
Thomas Ilves, former president of Estonia. I have a particular question for the representative from Africa. I've heard for many, many times that the reason why Africa is so lukewarm on the Ukrainian invasion is because of the perceived hypocrisy toward refugees, which, frankly, coming from an East European country, almost bordering Ukraine, and this is also true of Poland and Hungary and Slovakia and the Czech Republic, all of which have minorities from Ukraine. What are you talking about? We don't take in our neighbors? And that as a justification for not taking a position on aggression, with the exception of Kenya. I would hate to be. I would hate to be that.
And Ghana.
I would hate to be an invaded country and then and face the same problem.
Okay, that was more than a remark. So, let's make it quick and efficient. One change to the world order, and how to contradict populism in regard of war in Ukraine, maybe other wars.
Well, I think with respect to the current world order and what we would need to change about it, we do honestly need to address inconsistencies. There have been very significant inconsistencies in various issues. What's happening now in the Middle East is going to raise a whole lot of questions with respect to inconsistencies. We need to be taking much more seriously the accusations of double standards. Not all of them are correct, but at least listening to them, going through them seriously, and looking at what ways they challenge the kind of order that we really ideally should be aspiring to. If we use the John Rawls concept of the veil of ignorance and imagine that we don't know in which country we are, what kind of approach would be correct, I think that we need to have a serious engagement with that. And that, I think, partly would also go to the question wasn't addressed to me, but I think it's all of the panel is interested in this point of why in Africa there is this sense of inequity with respect to taking in refugees. It's quite simple. There have been brutal wars in Africa, massive influxes of civil wars and other wars, interstate wars, which barely make the pages of our newspapers and yet send hundreds of thousands of people moving across the continent, in many cases trying to cross the Mediterranean, and the Mediterranean is closed down and it's becoming a cemetery. This is something that, of course, Africans feel, and they becomes very, very sensitive when compared to the generosity, which I can only applaud wholeheartedly with respect to Ukrainian refugees.
Thank you.
Well, I think one thing I would like to add is that, because of the time, is that those democratic countries in Asia are also trying to support Ukraine or whatever democracy side that is under attack. And so, for example, in the case of the Japanese government, they have been receiving refugees from Ukraine, in the number of over 2,000, and they have been sending materials for defensive purposes, financial support, food support, and so forth. But what lacks right now, I think, in overall Asia, is 1.5 track approach. Because many of the Asian countries, Asian governments do not want to stand out in its sort of support for Ukraine or in its sanction against Russia. Well, in the case of Japan, Japan actually sanctions Russia, but many other Asian developing countries, especially, do not want to stand out in that. And yet, they are also keen about this, problem of refugees and so forth, whether it's actually Ukraine or other places. And there have been a lot of NGO people or scholars in the region who have been actually hosting those democracy advocates, everywhere, including from Ukraine. And so I think in order to make this sort of quiet approach to support democracy or Ukraine, we should have better coordination between the civil society and government, which actually is one of the things that Asian society is the weakest. So we will have to think harder.
Thank you.
Well, first, a point of correction. There were, I believe, about 8 to 7 or 7 African countries that voted in support of Ukraine at the UN, though a majority abstained, and then a few mainly authoritarian, autocratic-led countries voted with Russia. So I think that should be asserted. But in addition to that, it will be a big mistake to conflate the votes of an African government or president or UN representative on Ukraine with that of the people. And I say this because we have new data from the Afrobarometer. We asked South Africans at the beginning of this year to tell us whether they think the influence of Russia on their country in economic and political terms was positive or negative. Roughly 25%, a quarter of adults said the influence is positive, but almost the same percentage said the influence was negative. A majority had no clue. So when President Ramaphosa or ANC is taking a position in favor of Russia and against Ukraine or against the West, it would be a mistake to see that as the vote of South Africans on the whole. It's important to make this distinction so you avoid punishing citizens for what their governments do or don't do.
Thank you. Last remarks, and then we finish.
First of all, it is true, all started in Georgia 2008, then continued in Ukraine 2014. But it seems never anybody felt threatened by those actions. And they were a problem, they were a concern, they were condemned, there were preoccupations, but it was not that they needed to engage. And, but going for the whole of Ukraine, of course, was bringing some imbalance in everything. And how to reverse the charity approach. I think the approach of everybody will go on like this for quite a while, just providing resources and what materially need Ukrainians to fight the war. And so far, it seems we are all ready to fight Russia till the last Ukrainian soldier, and that seems to be the approach. But how we move beyond that, and that is the issue. Without bringing the whole temple on everybody, and that is a challenge. And so I think we are facing a situation where we are in that kind of charity. The Western Hemisphere will keep providing for Ukrainians to fight the war, but that will not change in the near future. And maybe it's completely wrong, but yeah, definitely. But we have to understand Ukraine needs to win the war, as I said in the previous question. And how to reverse, how to make the international order better, just a couple of ideas. Of course, first of all, financial institutions, they have to completely work differently. I mean, when you are anywhere, I mean, the money doesn't arrive in enough and not in time. So most of our countries, they are facing a lot of challenges related to how to deal with financial institutions and how to get enough money at the right time and for what. Second, and of course, middle-income countries, issues, climate change issues. For example, we have in the hemisphere one serious problem with that. We are the first border. And every year I have a couple of the countries of the jurisdiction of the Organization of American States completely devastated. And that's it, and they have to rebuild. And it's different when you have a big country and it's, okay, you have a small part there, you can reassign resources, but when you are completely devastated, what do you do? And for something that you have never created, that you have not put a single input there to have the situation that we have. Adaptation too, we are paying for adaptation. For example, Argentina lost 20% of their agricultural GDP in a drought. Uruguay, the same. Who paid for that? Uruguayans and Argentinians. So that's it. And that is the international order that we have. The situations created by others, we paid, the poor pay for that. That is completely unacceptable, upside down. So we have a lot of things to change. And of course, we see in the international arena, for example, now, what the organization that needs to provide security cannot act in Ukraine because they have a veto there. I mean, what is that? I mean, that it cannot go on like that forever. Some basic things.
Thank you very much. Thank you for great debate. We spent across the whole globe, and I hope it was big inspiration. Thank you.
Planning a trip to Prague? Save time, hassle and money on admission to sites and attractions. Get a Prague Visitor Pass, the only official all-inclusive city card. Choose a pass for either 48, 72 or 120 hours for adult, child or student. Get a plastic card or a virtual card in the app. Simply activate it whenever you want. It gives you access to more than 60 historical sites, guided tours, museums, galleries, the world-famous Prague Zoo, and cruises on the Vltava River. The pass includes unlimited travel on Prague's public transport, ferries, the historical hop-on hop-off tram, and the funicular to Petrin Hill. Go to praguevisitorpass.eu or download the free app. Prague Visitor Pass. One card, endless experience.
Excuse me, about the methodology is one round 8 minutes, right?
Yeah, 8 to 10 minutes, one round, like a personal story, and then exchange between us here, basically. If there will be any time remaining, maybe a little bit. But we are not supposed to come with a conclusion how to change the world. It's really more. Really more like an inspirational gallery of the personal stories from your countries or from our countries, because I'm also a former activist and student leader, but it was in the time when the things were, I would say, easier or safer than today, when I had to fight against the authoritarians, and since that we enjoy basically more or less functioning democracy. So, yeah. Is there anyone volunteering to start? Sandra? Okay, okay, okay. Sure, of course. I think it's a standard to start a few minutes. Yeah, like. Yeah. Sure.
Okay, no
sure,
problem.
sure.
Yes, of course. Sorry.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's nice that so many of you come after lunch. It's encouraging. Great. Thank you very much on this afternoon session. It's called Gallery. We have here 5 very inspiring, interesting, distinguished guests from all over the world, which will share with us their stories. I was told to introduce themselves, but I am not sure if it's the right approach because they will speak about themselves. So I rather would like to give the floor them later on. And the reason of this is to hear the differences, but also maybe the things which are similar, to see the variety of the situations with which the human rights activists, freedom fighters, politicians, artists are dealing, what of the type of challenges and dangers they are facing, how they cope with it, what is the source of their energy, because often the things are not very hopeful, at least not hopeful in the near future, that you can see the outcomes and impacts and results within some time which is close, because horizon of 10 years, it's really difficult, to see and to follow. I'm personally also very interested, and probably it's because I'm also activist, a former activist. During the communism, you probably are aware that the communism fall down in this country in 1989, which is 34 years ago. And I must say that it sounds strange, but at that time, it was relatively safe hobby to be activists, compared to these days, because especially in this part of the world, we were, of course, facing to be captured, little bit beaten, maybe kicked out from the university, getting wet during the demonstrations. But the generation of my parents were facing imprisonment, but at the end of 80s, it was about a year or two, not anymore 5 years, like in the beginning of the hard time of communism after the Soviet invasion, and not about the charges 10, 15, 20 years, which were normal during the Stalinism. So it was basically kind of a bit risky, but you know, full of the energy and adventure type of the activity. Compared to what's happening now, I would say that I'm almost ashamed how easy it was for us at the time. Who knows why? Probably because since that so many wars happened, the world shown that you know, the world order is weaker and weaker, that the rules which were somehow working still during the Cold War fall apart. And we can see it last few years that the violence and brutal force and killing the people, it's more and more used by the different countries, groups, authoritarian dictators. Such a wave, for example, of the protests which started in Belarus after the manipulated presidential elections 3 years ago, it would normally lead up to the fall of the authoritarian. And in fact, this was opposite. Authoritarian used brutal force. The Russian instructors came from Kremlin, and they basically were so brutal that they pushed the civil society and activists back. We can see what's happening in Iran last year and something. So it is much more risky and tough job than it was 30 years ago. And with that, I would like to pass the floor to Sandra Zenda from Zimbabwe. She was volunteering to start to share her story. Please, Sandra.
Thank you so much, Simon. So I think I actually do have quite a huge task. It's something that is so difficult, trying to talk about your personal story, your life story in 8 to 10 minutes. But I will do my very best to stick to 8 to 10 minutes, and kindly nudge me a little bit if I go over 8 to 10 minutes.
You have the time.
Thank you so much. So my name is Sandra Zenda. I am from a country in Southern Africa that is called Zimbabwe. I identify as a human rights defender, more specifically a women's rights defender. And I'm very much honored today to be sitting with very brave human rights defenders from across the world. It honestly is an honor. And then back to myself, honestly, if asked to describe myself, I don't think I would call myself brave. Even with everything that I do, I would not call myself brave. If I was asked to summarize the work that I do, everything that I do, actually it's not work, it's my life. I would basically say that I fight to live, not just to survive, but to live. I grew up with dreams, just like everyone. And unfortunately, I have been in situations in an environment whereby if you do not get to fight, your dreams will remain just that, dreams, and they don't get to materialize. So basically, everything that I do is just for me to get to live. This is about my life. So basically, that should be my story. And then maybe just to give a very brief background in terms of where I'm coming from so that you can probably see where it is that I'm going, where it is that I am right now. My personality, as I was born, I'm very quiet in nature. I would rather take a big seat than go to the front at any given time. That is me. And naturally, given that, I did choose a profession that actually suits that character. I am a natural resources governance by profession, and I actually did my academic training in wildlife and safari management and also climate and water resources management. So that was me. I was very much comfortable in that space. I'm working with wildlife, I'm working with nature. Nature doesn't speak, wildlife doesn't speak. I speak for them through science, through research, and then I just produce policy briefs, etc., recommendations. I've worked in private, public institutions in my country, and I've also gone on to work at national level, policy making, a National Water Resources Master Plan commissioned by the World Bank in my country. So that is something that is very big. Working on a national master plan for a whole country that is supposed to run for around 20 years. That is just an example. It's also related to most of the other areas that I worked in. That is where I also began to notice a lot of things that were happening, especially looking at the issues of inclusion. That project, it had 12 experts who were supposed to be working in different areas related to water. And within that project, in the end, it was only 2 of us who were women, and we were also younger than 35. No, that is a crime, no. It's only that there were a lot of people who wanted to do that, who wanted to contribute. And then I know the value of self-representation. So things that have got such a large scale, I know the importance of self-representation of the very different groups that we have in that country. So I had a lot of struggles, and at the end of the day, during that project and many other projects that I did, one thing that was very much apparent was that I had to fight a lot of things. I had to prove myself able and capable of the things that I knew that I was actually capable of doing. But I had to go an extra mile just to prove myself that I can do this, despite being a woman, despite being young. And most of the times, actually, I would get a handshake, and people would actually get to know that I could do it after finishing the project and not at the start of a project. So that made me to realize that there is only so much that I can do if the space is not inclusive. There is only so much that I can do. Fine, I did make it, and I got to have a seat at the table, but at a cost. And then I also realized that there were people like me, other young women, also especially women from marginalized communities. They remained where I was before I got to prove myself. So in the end, it was not that, it's really not fun when you see people of your kind, people you relate with, not getting where you know they want to be, but there are lots of barriers. So that made me to make a very conscious decision whereby I decided to leave that space where I was very much comfortable in. So I joined civic society. I joined the women's rights movement in Zimbabwe, specifically working with women from marginalized rural communities, because that was the group that I most related with. And I knew that for me to actually be happy there, I needed to have someone that I made a contribution to in terms of being inclusive. So within that women's rights movement, basically what I did not put words into the mouths of people. No, that would not be okay. But what I do is I raise awareness, I educate where education is needed, I work with and I accompany people so that at the end of the day, then they are able to take action. But my starting point always is the legal policies, the legal frameworks that we have, starting from international laws, basic human rights, but also even laws within our country. We have got a very good constitution in Zimbabwe that is if you just look at it on paper, you would actually think that human rights are actually observed in that country, and you would actually think that we have got gender equality, we have no problems. But then when you get on the ground in terms of implementation, it's a very different story. And one of the things that has led to that is the issue of, I would have said ignorance, but I would say it's not just about ignorance. Yes, there are some people who have a chance to know but don't make the effort. But then again, I've heard something that has actually been quite big in my country, especially when you're looking at marginalized communities. That's misinformation and disinformation that is deliberate because of someone who has a certain agenda. So what I do is to clarify and to talk about what is our own laws as a country. That is basically what I just do. Movement building, I accompany people, activate the agency, communities, young women and women speak for themselves. But unfortunately, whilst just doing that thing, which should be a simple thing actually, that is where I have been facing a lot of challenges. One, first of all, because of a lot of dynamics that are in my country, I get to be labeled as the opposition, siding with agents of regime change, even though I am just talking about the constitution that we have, just working with the people, and then I'm accused of wanting to start a movement of people who are anti-state or government, etc. So I have faced a lot of challenges. One of that being the issue of surveillance. Wherever you go, you are under surveillance. You actually have to select where you stay with. You have to pay a lot of attention to detail because you know anything can go wrong. So you have to think twice in terms of where you stay. You also have to think twice in terms of the family that you can keep close because it's either you are targeted or the family around you because of that. So paying special attention in terms of where you go, even when you're going to work, I've had to schedule and reschedule my days in terms of the routes that I use because of that targeting. I've also had situations of arbitrary arrests. You are arrested. The police, they spend about 7-8 hours thinking of a charge after they've arrested you. You are in the cells, but they don't have anything concrete to charge you with. They are busy going over whatever legal policies, issues, what. They are thinking of what to charge you with, but they've already arrested you. A year going to the courts, you are going there. There is no concrete evidence, just persecution. And then I see my time is about to be up. So I will not go much into a lot of the challenges that I faced, but trust me, it's a lot of challenges that I have faced, not just me, but also the movement that I work with, because of just that situation whereby you have got laws, but implementation is something else. And there is a system that actually preys on, I wouldn't want to use ignorance, that preys on, the misinformation, disinformation. So like they don't want people to know when they know that person whom they think is making people to know, you are targeted. So that's a lot of challenges. But now in closing, I'll just speak to what makes me to continue, because I have continued and I'll continue because I want to live. I don't want to just exist. First of all, I have got family that supports me, a partner who supports me, who has stood with me in jail, him outside there, just basically showing that I will support you no matter what, because they also respect my dream, my desire to live and not just to exist. And also the very movement that I work with, I am arrested, first of all, because I am the leader, I am the coordinator, so I am the point of contact. I get to be arrested. But the most important thing is that they stand with me, the solidarity. It remains my source of strength. There are a lot of things that have happened, including, actually, I missed my wedding day when I was in jail. But that movement, it stands with me. And also not forgetting the international community. I'm part of the World Movement for Democracy, part of other networks that have actually stood with me. You know, sometimes even just a post on Twitter showing solidarity, that noise that everyone makes, it actually has quite a lot of bearing, especially when your case is being heard before the laws. This makes me to continue despite everything, and also because I want to live, and I also want generations before me and after me to live as well. Thank you, Simon.
Oh, well, thank you, Sandra. It was very comprehensive. Thank you very much. If I may continue, Dolkun Issa is an activist, politician, working from outside of his own country, president of the World Uyghur Congress, one of the nations which we often heard being under the pressure of the probably biggest industry of surveillance and oppression of the rights for the decades, able to oppress the rights not only of groups and organizations and individuals, but oppress the rights of the tens and tens of millions of people in the different part of the country. We are talking about China and about, of course, Uyghur situation in China. Please, Dolkun. Well, thank you, Saibon. Well, I'm Dolkun Isa. I'm the activist and also so-called terrorist by the Chinese government. I'm the number 3 top terrorist of the Chinese list. So oppressive regime make you as a criminal or terrorist over the night. 2003, 15th of December, I woke up, next day, Chinese government called me a terrorist and the official issues a list. So despite I living in free world and I have been to feel and imprisoned in my much in my lifetime, and despite of I'm in a democratic countries, European citizen, German citizen, and which country is protects human rights, democracy, rule of law, but I have been a subject, and I have been attacked, I have been deteriorated, questioned, and destroyed my dignity, so on. Well, I really don't know, and how did I become such a #1 enemy of such a gigant countries? I still struggle with this question, still. But however, I have some answer for this. I start my activism when I was student's time, 1980s. Maybe, as Simon said, today Chinese governments and is turn whole region, East Turkestan, Uyghur land, homeland is and opener president surveillance system, and 3 million people are suffering in concentration camp. Uyghur are subject to the forced labor. More than 1 million children separate from family. This all atrocity happening today, even this hours. But this discrimination was not new, because 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, nearly no one who's the Uyghurs. What's happening? Yeah. So, but this discrimination against the Uyghurs, against the Tibet, and the Chinese government's discrimination policy, assimilation policy against Uyghurs, Tibetans, and others is all the time exists. Today, my good friend, former Prime Minister of Tibet government exile, Lobsang Sangay, Dr. Lobsang Sangay is here. We are witness, we are first-hand witness of this. But institution since 2014, Xi Jinping took the power, dramatically changed assimilation and the discrimination policy into genocidal policy. Yes, this region. So 1980s when I was a students, and I set up one students club, a students cultural scientist union. Main purpose is educated of people, because 75–80% of the Uyghur population are analphabetic, illiterate, because no school most of the place. So at that time, yes, that time, yeah. So and 1,000 Uyghur students, and during the summer holiday, winter holiday, spend of time staying at home, sleeping, or waste of time. Then I thought we mobilize these Uyghur students during the summer holiday, winter holiday, voluntarily teaching all people alphabet and the teaching Chinese constitution, the autonomous region, so-called autonomous region. Autonomic law, what kind of right we have to educate all people. This is the main primary aim of the organization. But we really start this activism, we have no space. Even Chinese government, Chinese Communist parties, central committees also have a policy is educate to the people. But we are really trying to start the activism. We are and face a lot of barrier. We cannot. Then I understand that time. this constitution is autonomic law just on the paper. In the reality, Chinese government doesn't want increasing the educations of the Uyghur people. Yeah. So 1988, 15th of June, I led more than 8,000 students, and we hold big demonstration. Yes. We demand democracy, democratic election. We demand equality, equal right. Because when I was a student, Xinjiang University, biggest university, this region, and there is a Chinese students, Uyghur students, some other minority students, but in educational level, we have faced a lot of discrimination. You know, we don't have a book, for example. You know, we have a laboratory we cannot access any time, but Chinese students can access any time. So we went to the street. We need to stop this discrimination. We demand equality, democratic election, and also we demand stop nuclear testing, because Chinese government implemented 46 times nuclear testing, atomic test to the Uzbekistan, this Iran. 100,000 people died because of this, in fact, because only 100 kilometers far from this testing area, in habitable area. So, and a lot of disease, a lot of children born disabled. So this is not the mind. But because of this, I was kicked also from the university. I was house arrested. After 4 months later, I was kicked also university. I was not able to graduate to university. Then 1994, I went to the exile. When I came to the exile, I trying to raise this awareness to the international day platform, United Nations, European institutions, everywhere. But China is a powerful country. Then put my name to the Interpol, Red Notes. I had a Red Notes 21 years. Because of this Red Notes, I was detained in my own country, Germany, a couple of hours. I was detained in front of the United Nations during the Human Rights Council section in Geneva. I was detained in Italy. I was detained even in the United States. When I was entered, I had a passport, everything is the International Dallas Airport. I was detained. After 23 hours, I was sent back to Germany. 2009, I was detained 4 days in South Korea, in the Seoul airport. I had faced to deport to China. Finally, in the US State Department, European Union, German Foreign Ministry used last card and they saved my life and they sent me back to Germany. Yeah. Yes, but I never lost my hope because I'm an activist. It is my skill, have to work. Finally, 2018, February, my Red Notes was delayed. I had not any more Red Notes. I'm not a terrorist by the Interpol, but Chinese government continue believing me as a terrorist. Still a crime. Not only me, all Uyghurs. Today, 3 million Uyghurs are suffering concentration camp at this moment too. Because Chinese say we are fighting terrorism and radicalism. 2015, Chinese government adopted counter-terrorism law, and the 1st of January 2016 implemented this law. Now is more than 3 million people and are suffering from this. Yeah, so of course, now I entered to the United States. 2006, I was deported to Germany because I'm the terrorist, suspicion the terrorist. But 2016, I got Human Rights Award in the Capitol Hill. 2019, I and my organization, World Uyghur Congress, get World Democracy Award by the Capitol Hill. Now, some country we got, and even 2023, this year, we are nominated Nobel Peace Prize. Unfortunately, we could not get it. Good thing is Nargis Mohammed, she got, Iranian activist, is good. But still, Chinese government uses this term and attack to the all. And being activist, as you said, is not easy globally. But particularly being activist among them, Uyghur, Tibetan, Hong Kong is not easy. You know, Chinese government immediately blames the label. Uyghur, we doing anything? You are terrorist. In my entire life, I have never killed any chicken. You know, I have never seen a real gun, a bomb. I just saw in the movie, but I'm the top terrorist still on the Chinese list. And any Tibetan activist is a separatist immediately, yes? Now it's Hong Kong is coming to this level. And we have all witnessed in the Hong Kong's democracy is disappeared in front of all. Yeah, so, but we never lost hope. We continue doing our activism. Now, and the 11 national parliament, one of the Czech Senate, recognized Uyghur genocide motion. United States, Canada, UK, French, Lithuania, European Parliament, United States, this all recognize Uyghur genocide. And also, more than 50 countries last year is UN Human Rights Council section made jointly statement. This is big achievement. 10 years ago, I could not enter this building. I cannot talk in front of you. But today, I'm honored to be talking here. So activism very important. We never lost the hope. We fight it, but we stand up fighting terror and authoritarianism. Thank you. Thank you, Dolkun. Well, what a different story, you know, being asylum seeker, getting citizenship in Europe, traveling, meeting the governments, but still being in danger that someone can send you back to China until recently, you know. It required a lot of courage, basically. You could stay in Germany and live the ordinary life, but you risk for 15, 20 years, you know, traveling. And unfortunately, the strong countries, China, Russia, you know, people in it is active also in the former Soviet Union, and we were doing for years the things in Chechnya. We were kicked out 2005, which is 18 years. But still, they are trying somehow to dig back and find the people to try to fabricate the story that we were supporting terrorists in Chechnya. And it takes 18 years, you know, and we know that they are still making occasionally pressure on our former employees, offering money, blackmailing them to play this game, you know. So it's not only China, it's, and unfortunately, stronger government, stronger voice, because the global order, it's theoretically more fair. It's not that dominated by US and Europe, but in reality, it's less safe and less predictable, and there is less space for basic freedoms and human rights these days. So let's see where it will go. With that, I will pass the floor to Veysel Ok from Turkey, and again, completely different story, but please. Yeah, thank you very much for this event. Yeah, completely different story, but when I hear the, for example, Uyghur story, yeah, we have similar things also. I can say more than 5% of our population in Turkey has a terror investigation. This is the similar things between maybe Uyghur things. I want to introduce myself first. I am Veysel Ok, based in Istanbul. I'm a lawyer since 17 years, and I am supporting journalists, activist, artist who has freedom of speech problem in Turkey. And we established Media and Law Studies Association in Turkey after coup attempt. In 2016, we had coup attempt. One Islamic group tried to make coup, and then they filed. But we became happy, of course, but after the coup attempt, we woke up different country. Like in the one night, 5,000 judge and prosecutor, they lose their job, and they arrested. In the one night, hundreds lawyers, they arrested. In the one night, hundreds journalists, they arrested. In the one night, more than 400 television and newspapers shut down. Many websites shut down, many union is closed. So we established our organization because we couldn't arrange to support journalists, activists, and artists in Turkey. Now we became biggest freedom speech organization in Turkey. We are supporting more than 150 journalists and also activists, also artists. Yes, still we have 41 journalists in prison. Still Turkey is the, maybe many people won't agree to me, Turkey is not part of Europe, but Turkey is part of Europe. Turkey is founder of the European Council. Before the Czech Republic, Turkey is accept European Human Rights Court power since 89, sorry. But now, after coup attempt, Turkey lose the way. We are belong to which part of the world? We are belong to Europe or we are belong to Russia, China bloc. So we try to decide, or state or population try to decide we are belong to which part of the world. Still, Turkey biggest jail for journalists, for activists, for artists, for politicians in Europe, unfortunately. But still, I can say there is huge opposition, there is huge NGO, there is huge women movement in Turkey. They are fighting against the authoritarian regime and their actions. In Turkey, what is changing after coup attempt? Still, for example, we have huge Kurdish problem. We have 20 million Kurdish in our country. They cannot go school their language. They have no right. We have 7 million refugees from the other part of the world, from Syria, from Afghanistan, from Uyghurs, from Iran, from other countries. And we have deal with European Union. Turkey is also prison for refugees. The European Union, European Council, giving the money, Turkey, okay, protect the borders. Refugees cannot pass to Europe. What you can do inside of Turkey. This is one of the biggest problem. Yes, we have authoritarian regime. We are every day we are becoming more authoritarian, but also Europe let us this. This is the other problem. Because of there is huge cries in Europe about refugees, and Turkey is prison for them. Like millions Syrians, millions Afghans, they have no right in Turkey. They are working cheap workers, and they cannot travel. They cannot go Europe, they cannot go America, they cannot go this other country. Why? Because of the European Union deals. This is I think, one of the biggest problem in Turkey about democracy. Europe doesn't care like before because the refugees more important than democracy. I can add the other things. We have two important cases at European Human Rights Court. One is Osman Kavala. Maybe someone know about him. He's the one of the biggest important activists and human rights activists in Turkey. He's a businessman. He got life sentences. We got decision from European Human Rights Court 2 times. Turkey don't accept. Another case is Selahattin Demirtas. He's a pro-Kurdish opposition leader. He's in prison, and he has also European Human Rights Court decision, release them. In the decision they wrote, release them as soon as possible. But Turkey don't accept, and last week, European Council Parliamentary Assembly had meeting about this 2 decisions, and Turkey will lose the vote right in the next feature, until January. If they don't release, Turkey will lose the vote right in the Parliamentary Assembly, and this is the first time after 40 years ago. 40 years before, there was coup in Turkey. The army controlled Turkey. That time we lose our vote right, and now we could lose again. And unfortunately, still the Turkish government won't accept this decision from European Human Rights Court, the decision from European Council. And this is not only our problem, by the way. This is a European problem. So we should fix together with European country, with European Council. Yeah, but I have hope because Turkish democracy still grew up. I have hope Turkish opposition still grew up. I have hope Turkish women right. I think women movement. I think one of the biggest women movement in Europe. LGBT movement Turkey is so strong. Kurdish movement is so strong. So we have hope. What we cannot do this alone. We need support. We need solidarity with the European partners. The refugees problem, I can understand, it's a big problem for Europe. But this cannot be like for democracy. You cannot choose this problem. Thank you very much again. Thank you very much. Well, it's clear that, you know, the challenging voices often are not welcome again and again. So that's also a new trend, that what we can do here in Europe freely challenge the government and, you know, get together, and we are even getting support of media and public and people. It's in more and more countries starting to be difficult, if not impossible. So thanks a lot for sharing and for your work. With that, we move to the completely other side of the award, to Latin America, and I would like to ask Cecilia Requena Zarate from Bolivia, to share her view, because you are active politician, sitting in the assembly, but in the same time, part of your life, it's dedicated to the human rights and freedom. So please, floor is yours, Cecilia.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank for the invitation. It's an honor to be here and with you all. My solidarity, because what we are hearing are really moving stories. Yes, I come from Bolivia, and I'm sure most of you know something about my country, maybe Evo Morales as the former president. And well, it's important to mention this because he gained such international popularity because he was conceived as the first indigenous president from Bolivia. Indigenous people are a very important portion of Bolivia's population, and it is true that it had been, you know, discrimination problem, colonialism, and everything left a history of, you know, exclusion. And also, Evo Morales was very well known for his discourses for Mother Earth and Pachamama, and, you know, and that's also important. Nevertheless, all these things which are important, even inclusion in my country, when he came to power in 2006, developed differently because there was no not authentic democratic will from the part of Evo Morales and his party. So they began to dismantle already fragile democratic system in Bolivia by controlling, as you already know, the Venezuelan story or Nicaraguan story is beginning to control the power of the judiciary, and then the electoral power and the legislative, and many of those things were supported by majorities, and this is complicated because you could say it's the democratic vote is behind these decisions, but in the end, this democratic vote is promoting the dismantling of democratic institutions. So we end up as we are today, like 18 years afterwards, with one party all the time in government. And well, now this party is divided, but I won't go into details right now. But I wanted you to understand that this has done a lot of damage in Bolivia. The democratic institutions really are left to minimums. We can talk about authoritarian competitiveness, competitive authoritarianism. We have elections, but we are not sure if the results are there. Even in 2019, you may have heard about a fraud that was committed in order for Evo Morales not to go to the second round. As I was before that just an activist, as an ecologist, and then, but I was also a teacher at the university, and many of the civil society decided to get into this election in 2019 in order to stop Evo Morales because he didn't have the right to run for president again. Our constitution forbids it. In 2016, he He organized a referendum asking the population, may I change the constitution in order to be re-elected? And the majority of the people in Bolivia said no. But then he used the Constitutional Court to say that it was, quote, his human right to run again. So he ran again in 2019, and then fraud was committed. The Organization of American States established that, and then Evo Morales resigned and escaped to Mexico before, he didn't wait the assembly to accept his resignation, so he left my country in chaos. Some days, the dangers of a civil confrontation were really big. But then we found a way forward with the second vice president from the assembly. She was from the opposition in power. She assumed the presidency for an interim term, which was supposed to be for a few months, but then the pandemia, the COVID came, so it was a long year ago. This person, Janine Áñez, is in jail right now in my country because the argument that she committed a coup in spite of this being a solution supported even from the assembly, which was dominated by the MAS, the Evo Morales party. They voted to not want two laws in order for the country to move on and to organize new elections in 2020, which happened. We lost. But, okay, so as you can see, we have big problems now. The MAS party is again in power, but not Evo Morales. He couldn't run again, but he's Minister of Financing. So we have 200 political prisoners in Bolivia right now. And this is not a very well-known story, right? And this is why it is important to tell it here. I have the opportunity. I would also comment some other human rights problems in my country. They have to do with extractivism, which is a colonial phenomenon. We are a mining country from colonial times. But now this has worsened because of the difficult democratic conditions. Can you please tell me when I have 2 minutes, because I don't see the okay, thank you. So mining is a big problem, especially gold mining in the Amazonas region right now. Maybe you have heard about Venezuela and Peru. That's also happening in Bolivia right now, with some differences, and I would like to mention just 2 of them, because this has everything to do with human rights. A lot of what is forbidden in other countries because it's so damaging to the common good is legal in Bolivia thanks to a law approved while Evo Morales was president. Why? Because they gain power and support by just giving up our natural resources to broad-based, that's true, broad-based organizations like mining, cooperative mining, I mean, cooperatives, right? But this is an ecological disaster, but also an ethnical disaster. So it is so much damaging. It's legal right now, and they are destroying the Amazon basin. And they are using mercury, without the state control. The state steps back and just allows everything to happen. And this is causing a genocide, an ethnocide, for indigenous people from the Amazonas region, which are being intoxicated. Thank you. So that's a problem, as you can see. And this gold mining problem, which is part of extractivism, is connecting itself with criminal economies like narco-trafficking and others. And why is this happening? Well, why doesn't the state do something? Because it allows them to stay in power. It's a very dangerous game, They allow these things to happen because they gain popular support by just letting these things happen. So as a closing statement, I would like to to say, well, to mention that we don't see enough, we don't visualize enough the problems of these states that, without the help of transnationals, for instance, can damage their own countries. So we tend to talk about companies, international companies, which is an important issue, but we don't visualize at the same time how states can be so damaging for their own population. And the second thing is how dangerous it is to destroy nature in this century. And we are now suffering from a drought. So if you connect climate change with all this destroying of the source of rain, which is the Amazon basin, you can understand how our countries will be systemically disturbed ecologically, economically, socially, and politically. So that's another idea I would like to share with you. And if I have 30 seconds, just to mention, this is dangerous. I am a senator right now, and I myself got, because I went to the region, I don't have the time to tell more, but I was almost kidnapped because of that. I said, I'm being a senator, I'm not safe. My state is not able to protect me from these gold mining bans or narco-trafficking bans that are also trafficking with humans and women and all those things. So big problems, and I'm also an activist, so we are used to adversity, we are used to fighting. We know this is a long life, it's a lifetime compromise, commitment, sorry. And it's not easy, but we have to be able to fight and to stand up for these injustices and systemical problems from our countries.
Yep. Thank you. It's striking, and it's not, of course, for the first time, but it's again and again repeated, especially in the middle-income countries and some developing countries where a lot of people are poor and disparity is high, how the, basically nice leftist ideas are used for politics, including a lot of the rhetorics, but then under the surface in reality there is a cynicism, a lot of corruption, exactly the kind of a joint venture between the government and the companies. And the governments basically allow them to do anything because they are getting money, and a lot of people vote, in fact, with hope that it will bring some better distribution of the wealth, but the reality is different. So it shows how false it's, but unfortunately it works. This mythological rhetorics that the human rights and democracy is a Western European or US agenda. In fact, it shows how often the politicians, regardless which ideology they use, they can move to the wrong side, and that's unfortunately fascinating that a lot of people still believe in this, fairy tale, vote for us because we will make better life for you. And we still remember it from communist countries, The generation of my grandparents probably also believed mostly in the better future, in 80 years ago. With that, let me to move to Badiou Cao, the Chinese, but unfortunately his second home is Australia, artist, activist, thinker, someone from slightly different angle of how you can address the things which are wrong, but I think it will be very inspiring as well. Please.
Thank you. It's an honor to be invited to this forum. I'm Badiou Cao. I'm a political artist focused on the human rights issues, majorly about China, but also about other countries. Because of the work that I do, I believe I might share the same list of the most not welcomed individual by the Chinese government with Mr. Issa here. I want to start with my story actually from an incident that happened about 2 years ago in China, during China is still under this very severe COVID lockdown. I hope people are still remembering COVID and still remembering all the tragedy that created by this global catastrophe. And it's originated in China, and it started because the Chinese government's censorship, coverage on reporting and warning the public and international society earlier. But I want to bring the angle back to China a little bit. During this peak of lockdown back in Shanghai, one of the richest cities in China, that constantly people are being forcing to be locked at home, forcing to have COVID tests. There's so many inhumane activities happening to China's own citizens. And there is this family back in China with a young guy. One day, his door got knocked by a group of police and enforced him to do some kind of test. And when he said no to the police because he think, enough is enough. The police said, if you do not collaborate with us, you are not going to be the only one, you're not going to be the only generation who pay this price. We will punish your parents and we will punish your children generation as well because you do not collaborate with the government. And this young man gave a very powerful yet heavy answer. He said, you won't have the opportunity to punish my next generation because I am going to be the last generation. This is the voice from the younger generation of China. And I feel very much identified with this generation, the last generation. But I also want to say this is not the last generation of China, but the last generation who will choose to be silent and continuing suffering from this regime. But we want to make a difference. I am born actually in an artistic family. My great-parents were the first group of filmmakers in China. They were very active in the 1930s until 1950 when China's Communist Party is in power. They thought, because they have a very successful career, that my grandpa and his brother would survive this regime, regardless of the change. But they were wrong. Because of their film that produced after the regime take the power, which is not 100% aligned with the propaganda rules of the Chinese Communist Party, my grandpa been sentenced to a forced labor camp in the far west of China. And he eventually died there because of hunger and sickness. My family never retrieved any of the remains of his body or even object. We just have a noticement saying, this man has died. And this revenge, this tragedy did not just stop. It continues. Then my dad became an orphan very soon because grandma passed away several years after grandpa passed away. And my father was referred as son of dog because he was born in this same family, anti-revolutionists, as they called. My father was stripped away from his opportunity to go to university, and because of political family background. And I do believe this kind of experience is not unique just to China, but actually sharing a lot with the people in the generations here, where we're all under the Soviet Union communist regime. But the difference is some countries find a path to reform, to find the key of democracy. Yet some country, like my country, China, went to a much darker force. And this tragedy continues to my generation. So when I'm showing my interest in art, my family don't want me to be an artist. They say, Badiu Cao, it's so dangerous, we don't want you to repeat what happened to your grandpa. You can be a barber, you can be a chef, but don't be an artist because it's too dangerous. But for me, it's not the case. As every teenager grow up, you don't listen to your parents, and even for the Chinese teenage. So I decided to choose a different path. So I decided to embrace art. But I know if I made this pass for my life, I can't stay in China. With so many references that happened to my own family, happened to many other artists, that I know if I choose to make art, one day, one moment, I might pass the unforgivable red line, and I will repeat the tragedy of my family. So that brings me leave China and resettle in Australia. But apparently, I am underestimate the very long arm of this totalitarian regime, China. There's no guarantee for safety, even when you are thousands of miles away from China. I'm very confident that my friends from the Uyghur community and my friends from the Tibetan community knows this much better. And this is also applied to the Chinese citizen. I don't believe the Chinese government is seeing us as individual human beings. We're being seen as a property, which belong to them, which they can punish and take back whenever, wherever. So I know these risks, and I know if I want to protect myself, I have to find a way. So when I started to making art and post my political art on social media and exhibiting, I choose to be anonymous. Because I know if they know my identity, it will not just me to be punished, but my family back in China, my friends, everybody that I'm close with, I loved, will become the object for the Chinese government to punish. I managed to hide myself for about 7 years. But in 2018, the Chinese government found out my identity. Immediately, they took my relatives to the police station. My relatives who have no idea that I'm an artist, they're talking about human rights in China. But regardless, they're being taken to the police station, interrogated, questioned for things they don't know. And the Chinese government have a very simple demand. We want this artist Badiu Cao stop making art, stop having exhibition. Otherwise, as their quote, there'll be no mercy to me, nor to my family. So after that, I have to make a decision. Should I continue or do I give up? In the end of the day, we have to understand regime like China is indeed like a terrorist regime. They do not forgive, they do not forget. You can never exchange your freedom for safety. And if you do so, you lose both. And that's also something I believe deeply. So for me, I decided continuing making art, but also showing my face, showing my identity now, to tell the Chinese government that I am not afraid of them, that they can do whatever they want, but I choose the path that I believe in, which is embrace the free spirit as an artist. So now all the attack and harassment become more personal. Even though I'm an Australian citizen now, I live in Melbourne, I got followed by Chinese agents there. I get possible home invasion. I have to talk to the National Security Police in Australia time to time. When I finally have exhibition opportunity in Europe, like the one that I have in the docks here a year ago in Prague, the Chinese embassy continually threatening to shut down the exhibition. They even find the private number, cell phone number, of the curator from the Docks Contemporary Art Center and calling her, demanding the show to be cancelled. Recently, I toured the show in Poland, in Warsaw, and this time the Chinese embassy actually came in person to the museum. Same thing, demanding the show to be cancelled. It's a power play, it's a powerful gesture, but what they are trying to do is not just take away my rights, it is also an invasion to the sovereignty and rights for the people to appreciate freedom of art locally here, in Czech, in Poland, in Italy, in Europe, in the entire world. And that is the essence of the Chinese government's methodology, to make people afraid of it. Now let's have a look at China. I think it's really in a terrible situation. We've seen unspeakable crime that have been committed against the Uyghur community, to Tibetans, to the Hong Kongers. And to its own people, to the Chinese, during the COVID lockdown, so many people lost their livelihood. And now the entire economy of China is suffering. And China is literally going to this Asian society stage, which partially because one-child policy for decades, but also my generation do not feel the confidence to raise babies in this insecure society anymore. And this embeds a very serious consequence. That is the collapsing or slowing down or the dying of the Chinese economy. But in the same time, with the Chinese dictator Xi Jinping, he has been illustrated his ambition to the world that he wants to be this strong man. He wants hand in hand with Putin, supporting his Ukraine invasion, but also he wants to start his own invasion against Taiwan. And this is something that troubles me all the time, that keeps me awake. We don't want to be the last generation who suffer from a new world war, even though so many signs have shown. We want to be the last generation that will collaborate with oppressive regime like this, and we want to be the first generation that say no to it and change it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have a little bit of time only, so let me do, and please the answer should be really quick, like half a minute, 1 minute. Let me to ask, do you have the hope that the things will get better soon? And what's the source of your hope or stubbornness or of your readiness to your commitment to continue?
Yeah. I have hope. If I have not hope, I won't work anymore as a lawyer, or I won't establish my NGO. But the main problem is you cannot work and fight alone. This is the most important things. World is global, and human rights also is global. The authoritarian regime are friend in the world. But the Democrats still not together as I want. This is the main problem. We should support each other more, and we should meet more. No one can change their country alone because of the global world. Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, yes, I have hope, but also the need to do something because the consequences are so serious. I mean, if you and understand the dangers, the additional dangers for us for losing completely what the little we have from democracy. But then we add these new problems, as I was talking about. Well, the challenge is so big that, you know, not doing anything, it's not an option. It's not an ethical option. The only option we have is to do something, to try to do something. And I completely agree with coordination. And I'm going to say one last thing. I didn't have the time to talk about how China influences my country, as so many countries in the world. I mean, maybe all the countries in the world, but also Iran and Venezuela and Russia, and all those things are coordinated. And we have to understand that, and I think, plus Turkey, yeah, but that's okay. So we really have to be able to look at the interconnections, not only of countries, but also of issues like technology, ecological collapse or problems, and all democratic problems and all those things, and to be able to work in such a manner to be able to confront the size and the complexity of the challenges we have ahead.
Yes, indeed. It's, you know, we hope that with globalization will come openness and exchange between the people and more education and the free flow of informations and ideas. But unfortunately, the dark side also realized that it's good to have a global connections and support each other. And they are very, I would say, very active in that last 10, 15 years. So many meetings between the different authoritarians and dictators around the globe. Yeah.
For me, I think it's very important that we always believe in people's potential to change. I think there always has been this stereotype that against certain people from oppressive regimes and saying, you know, it's because, well, let's say the Chinese culture is different, the Chinese understanding is different, so they cannot coexisting with democracy. And in fact, according to the Chinese government, the narrative will always be the Chinese people need an emperor or strongman, and that is why that the Chinese government is providing this service. I always like to challenge this notion that seeing that some people, whether it's from China or from any other region, is restricted and it's set, it's frozen, cannot be moved. I think it's very, very important that we see the common ground of human being. That's also the foundation that why we believe in universal human rights, is we also have the universal potential to change, to embrace a brighter future. And that's something I think gives me hope constantly.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's kind of really irritating explanation. You know, our people, our part of the world is different, and it's interesting that if you ask the people on power, authoritarians, they say, of course, no, we can't, you know, introduce full-fledged democracy and all the freedoms because our people are not ready for that. But if you ask the people, if they want to say who is ruling them and how the budget is, you know, spent and who is making the decisions, of course people say, of course we want to influence it because it's influencing our lives. So and even the politicians from Europe are sometimes dealing with the politicians in the non-free countries and adopting some of these, you know, explanations. Dolkun, what's your engine?
Yes. Of course, and we never give up the hope. Yes, and the human being have seen horrible regime so far. For example, Hitler regime, Nazi regime, Stalin regimes, all. Xi Jinping regime is gone one day. But it's how long, we don't know. This depends on the international coalition. Unfortunately, today we have seen democratic countries and which is protects human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. Unfortunately, sometimes we have witnessed not coming strong voice together. Particularly China-led authoritarian country, they are united. Yes, we have witnessed. So at the United Nations, other international level, and China and the lead authoritarian country trying to change international order. This is dangerous. This is not only dangerous for today, Uyghur, Chinese, Tibet, and some other. Also, it is dangerous entire world. Is democracy must be maintained. Democracy must be protected against the authoritarian country. So we never lost hope. I told my story also. If we lost hope, I cannot stay here. 15 years before, if I give up, maybe I will be in the jail today. I'm not in the respectful human rights activist. So I'm hopeful, but we have to fight. Yeah.
Thank you. Sandra.
Thank you so much. So the thing that I like about hope is that hope does not need evidence of change. So hope is basically fuel. Even when you don't see anything, hope is just a fuel that gets you started. So definitely hope I have, no matter the situation, no matter what's there, I definitely have got hope that things will happen, and I will definitely continue this. And then the source of my hope is basically that hope is the fuel of every activist. You start any form of activism because of hope, even when you don't see anything or any signs of things that may change. And what also gives me hope is that I may be standing here, I may be the one that may be more visible as a coordinator of movements. I'm the one who gets directly attacked. But again, what makes me to stand here is I have got a base, I've got people that I'm representing. The fact that there is still that movement, that there are still people who are there, people who are rallying behind me, people that I'm leading and coordinating, that's hope that one day definitely will make it.
Thank you. And let me to take it from this, that the hope that the genuine will of people to live in a better society, not to be patronized, to have the voice, to have the space to say maybe not equally in all the places because it's not equally immediately possible, but to have a space, to have basic freedoms and rights guaranteed. It's something what's probably, a fuel for all of us who are trying to do something against the authoritarian tendency, something for more space, for more freedom, more human rights, less censorship. What I heard, it's also important, it's an interconnection and support because it's difficult to be alone. There is also call for maybe a more strong, let's say, how to say, unity between the democratic countries because the non-democratic countries are finding the common language very quickly while we are discussing the small things and, being quite particular often and following different intellectual positions. And it's not making us stronger. In fact, it's making us and support to democracy, freedoms and rights less maybe effective or less strong as it possible. So these are the few things which I think we can take together, of course, with respect to the personal courage to people and all of them. And I would like you to join me in applauding them, risk not once in their life because of principles, because of believing in freedom, because of believing in the human rights, which is a big thing, because they can live luxury, safe life and not put the nose to such a things which are usually risky. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for coming. Thank you. a Czech oversight. Since the presidency, we gained a new self-confidence. Polish and English and Lithuanian.
Maybe he was hit less. I don't know. Maybe he was hit
no,
less.
Just
No,
have
he's
looked
still being
it.
hit.
It's not
with
brand
the box.
new,
His
but I think
younger brother,
basically
he's still
it's
in the box.
still
He retired
up
as
to
well.
date. It's interesting how
it was one of the early analyses of what's going on.
Retired. We should all sit in the front row. We sit in the back. We feel like, yeah. Ilves, hi. Good to see you. How are you? Good. Have you seen James Nixie? We had something else a few days before here in Prague, no? Yes.
Yeah, even this
post-colonial, anti-colonial, whatever it was. Neo-idealism. Okay.
So now it's the time really to get again consolidated, and the European Council can concentrate more on that.
Yes, not the disarmament, green future, and inclusion idealism. Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Where's the foreign minister?
Foreign minister.
So sorry,
where?
keep talking.
Where?
Yeah.
He's
all
now
right.
get,
Okay.
he's
Sorry
already
about
got
that.
the microphone.
Photo?
So
Okay. Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, we are missing the foreign minister.
Are we missing?
Pan minister.
Pan minister here. Okay.
Kam nás chcete? Takhle proti té zdi.
Tak, Miroslav.
Tak, pojď doprostřed.
Dobrý, tak. Dobrý den, dobrý se.
Perfect. Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you. We cannot send it.
Now, finally.
Thank you. What is this clock is supposed to tell? Do you know? What is this clock for? Okay. Don't pay attention to it.
Maybe to me that we will not go
It's for the moderator to finish punctually.
Okay.
When do we need to finish?
So, I see that I'm on. Good afternoon. Let me welcome another panel, another interesting panel, which is subscribing itself not only in the broader context of Forum 2000, but also in a forum for Ukraine, the discussion about Russian aggression against Ukraine and the future of Europe. That's the big topic we'll discuss today with all these brilliant panelists. Just before I'm introducing each of the panelists, I will just say a couple of words for the panel, because I really paid a lot of attention to what Vladimir Putin will tell us in this year's Valdai Forum, and he informed us about the goals of this war. He basically said he wants to destroy the international order or reform. He told us that the international law is obsolete, and he informed us also that his goals are global, systemic. These are not only sort of regional issues which we, in fact, knew before, but he confirmed with the proper language. And it means a lot, of course. At the same time, when he was speaking about the noble goals of Russia creating a new, more just international order, his troops were killing 53 people in the city or village Hroza. And the troops continue to kill Ukrainians on the territory of the neighboring country with an unprovoked, illegal, ruthless aggression against Ukraine, which was waged from the order of Vladimir Putin. So this is maybe how the more just order would look like, but definitely this is so important for the future of Europe. The European Union for 1.5 years is demonstrating much bigger consolidation, much bigger effectiveness, which is a good news for the European Union. Still the war is going on, and still the effort of Russia to reform the international order is going on as well. What is the future of Europe? What is the future of that war? And what will be the future of resilient Ukrainian resistance and the liberation of the territory? These are the questions we will discuss today with three brilliant panelists, and I will introduce now all of them one by one. I will start with my friend Miro Vlachovský, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Slovakia. Miro is having a long career in Slovak diplomacy. By education, he's a philosopher and sociologist, but he became one of the best Slovak diplomats. He has a good track record in Washington. They remember him very well, and in London as ambassador and Denmark lately. From that position, he moved to the position of advisor to the Prime Minister, and then when the new Slovak government was formed, he was offered to serve as the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Miro, welcome to Prague. I'm so pleased you joined the panel.
Thank you.
Welcome. Then the next panelist is Mr. Ralf Fuchs, who for 21 years, if I'm not mistaken, served as a chairman of Heinrich Böll Stiftung, the president of Heinrich Böll Stiftung, and currently he's a managing director of Center for Liberal Modernity and a member of International Coalition for Democratic Renewal in Germany. And he will bring us the point of view of German politics and German maybe Zeitenwende in all these difficult times. Germany is playing a crucial role, and I'm so pleased to have him in the panel. So welcome also.
Thanks a lot.
In our group. Thank you. And Orysia Lucevic, who is the Deputy Director of Russia and Eurasia Program in Chatham House. Orysia joined Chatham House in 2014, and since then she participated in many projects, and I have to say I personally read a couple of them, and these were really brilliant. The last was focusing on resilient Ukraine, and this is exactly part of our topic today. So let's start with a discussion. I will ask our guests a couple of questions, and then we can go on with the questions from the audience. Maybe I will start with Miroslav Vlachovský. The war in Ukraine was a big topic of the electoral campaign in Slovakia. And you, as a Minister of Foreign Affairs, you participated in many foreign affairs councils and discussions of the EU foreign ministers, so you saw and you could feel the unity of the European Union among the ministers. My first question is whether this unity is strong enough, whether there is some dynamics in that unity, what the Slovak elections and all the discussions which we witnessed in these elections will mean for that unity, for the future. What will that mean for the support of Ukraine? What that will mean for the isolation of Russian aggressor, and where the Central European countries' role will be in that discussion? A couple of questions.
Yeah.
The floor is yours.
A couple of questions for a small seminar, but jokes aside. The Ukraine and the Russian aggression in Ukraine was a topic in a Slovak election campaign. I must say it's not very often that the foreign policy topics are part of a campaign trail. This time it was a different, but I wouldn't say it was the main topic. I would say it was a topic. And the reason for that was that obviously Ukraine is our largest neighbor, and the previous government has a very clear previous government of Prime Minister Igor Mantovic and Prime Minister Eduard Heger, and current government of Ludovic Dodor. The Austrian government had a very clear policy towards Ukraine, and that was that we should help with everything we have at our disposal, including weapons, ammunition, and if I'm not mistaken, since the beginning of the war, since the Russian aggression in February 2022, we sent to Ukraine around 700 million euros worth of equipment and weapons, and I would say it was not only the question of money or the amount. I think in our case what was important was the timing, and I am especially proud of Slovakia that we send the air defense system S-300 as the first one, and we sent the jets MiG-29 among the first ones, and we paved the way for others and showed the way for others. That's what made me proud of my relatively small country. The debate was led by Robert Fico, the chairman of the Smer party, who seems to will be our next prime minister. He won the elections with a lead of 5% ahead of the next party, which is the Progressive Slovakia. And his campaign was based on that he will not send a bullet to Ukraine, and very much copied what Prime Minister of Hungary, Viktor Orban is saying. We shall see how much of it was pre-election rhetoric and how much of it will be reality. I think we should measure it by facts, what will happen in next couple of months. But I never bought this rhetoric that we want peace, therefore we won't send weapons and ammunition to Ukraine. For God's sake, how? To whom? We would say other aid, other assistance, if they would not have tools to defend themselves. That's my position. I think the key there is that Ukraine will be able to defend its own sovereignty and its own territory, and we should help them with whatever we have at our disposal.
Okay, so let's hope there will be the unity will continue, and there will be no dramatic changes in the positions you elaborated on. I'll have a question on to Ralf Fuchs. We heard for the first time the notion Zeitenwende in Germany, let's say 1.5 years ago. And since then, already you can judge, you can evaluate whether Zeitenwende happened, because you can measure military expenditures, just positions. Germany is sending a lot of weapons and a lot of aid to Ukraine. So I would like to ask you for your opinion about that Zeitenwende, whether this, let's say, strategic, lasting change, maybe some people would call it awakening of German foreign policy, but of course I understand that can be questioned, happened, and whether it is sustainable, whether the German business understand that the aggression of Russia against Ukraine is not an event, an isolated event, that this is a state of affairs, that we will face to revisionistic, aggressive Russia, aggressive towards the West, towards the EU, towards NATO. Is it understood and accepted by German population, by German businesses, and by German politics?
Yeah, thanks a lot. Maybe I will start with a personal remark that this is, for me, not just a political, intellectual issue we are talking about. I'm very much personally involved. We have long-term friends and partners in Ukraine and also in Russia. Most of them, meanwhile, in exile if they are not in prison camps, some even dead, murdered over the last 15 years. And we have been, as an institute, heavily engaged in the political battle in Germany to push our government to a more firm and decisive attitude towards Ukraine. So, to answer your question, I would say we are still in the middle of a rather painful process of reviewing and redefining the basic parameters of German foreign policy, especially our Eastern policy. For a long period of time, Germany looked at Eastern Europe through the lenses of Russia. It was totally focused on Russia. And there is a very long and deep-rooted historical tradition of this idea of a special relationship between Germany and Russia. Politically, over the last decades, the constantly repeated mantra was there is only European peace and security with Russia. And this now is changing into we have to seek peace and security against Russia, which is a real dramatic turnaround for Germany. And sometimes you can even listen to Chancellor Scholz talking about Russian neo-imperialism, which is a totally new tone in German diplomatic language. Economically, this idea of a special relationship with Russia was about Russia supplying oil and gas for the German industry, and Germany supplying Russia with industrial equipment and high technology. This was the pattern of the economic relations, and mentally, maybe less known, interestingly, almost all of the German feelings of guilt and responsibility because the horrible war crimes and the brutality of Germany in the Second World War was attached to Russia, was directed to Russia. You will not find similar feelings towards Ukraine or Belarus or Poland. And compared to that German obsession with Russia, German policy and German public opinion changed remarkably since February 24th last year. Russia now is widely seen as an adversary. Trade with Russia has gone down significantly. Our oil and gas and natural gas imports from Russia had been reduced to zero within 1 year, which was quite a remarkable effort. And Germany, meanwhile, has become the second largest supplier of weapons to Ukraine. Yeah, after no weapons at all to Ukraine, and then 5,000 helmets to Ukraine, and all these ongoing debates on every new category of weapons we delivered after long debates and hesitations to Ukraine. But, and this is a big but, in spite of this remarkable move in the right direction, there is still a certain degree of ambiguity or ambivalence in the German attitude towards the Ukrainian war and towards Russia. And the Chancellor himself has found a frequently repeated formula for that ambiguity when he is talking about Russia must not win and Ukraine must not lose this war. But you will never hear him say that Ukraine has to win and Russia has to lose. In fact, the undeclared logic of German policy is to support Ukraine as much as needed to avoid military defeat and economic collapse, but not to enable Ukraine to wage a successful counteroffensive and to liberate all of the occupied territories. We are still caught in this too little, too late pattern. And Taurus, the debate on cruise missiles, the medium range, rockets is the last example for that. That Chancellor Scholz refused to deliver Taurus, at least for now. And if you ask why, what is the reason behind this policy, I would say first it's fear of escalation, that the war could escalate horizontally or vertically, use of tactical nuclear weapons, or Russia attacking NATO countries in the Baltics or whatever. Then it is fear of collapse of the Putin regime. Russia sitting on 16,000 nuclear warheads, so we have to keep Russia as a kind of stable factor in the Eurasian architecture. And a third motivation, I would say, is to keep the back door open for a kind of new arrangement with Putin Russia. So shying away from a definitive break with the current Russia. And in my opinion, this ambiguity or this lack of clarity in terms of the endgame of the war is not only a German problem, it's a problem of the Western alliance at large. And this gives Putin much space to maneuver and to speculate that the West sooner or later will become tired of this war, and then Russia will get the upper hand.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your sincerity and a very valuable analysis. I really appreciate. While you were speaking, I was really thinking about the war between Ukraine and Russia. One state, the other.
Yeah.
But sometimes when you made this historical sense of guilt in Germany, we have to look at the character of the regime. And now I know you know, but I'm just summarizing it for myself and for the further discussion. Basically, the current regime in Russia is fulfilling all the criteria of the fascist regime. Exactly what we have seen during the beginning of the Second World War. Hypertrophied patriotism, militarism with emphasis on the weapons, including the militarization of education for the kids, then state-governed economy. There is no even single element or trait
exterminist propaganda in the state media.
Exactly. And we can go on and on. This really list is very long, and I think we can find 10 other elements. There is no single trait of like less leftist heritage of the Soviet Union or anti-colonial, because Russian effort is really to grasp more territory. Again, the territorial obsession is also a sort of fascist, the Lebensraum and all these concepts. They are also there. So all these issues are there, and we have to acknowledge that. And even if we, despite of all this, have the goodwill, the other side will not have.
But if we ask why large parts of our public and the political elites shy away from this kind of insight, this, I would say, brutal analysis of a brutal reality, because the consequences are so uncomfortable.
Yes.
This, I think, is the mental barrier, that we again have to deal with real adversaries, if not to say enemies, of open societies and liberal democracies, and that we have to change priorities of our policies, reinvesting much more in security, in deterrence, and also to change our mindset, not to hope that we can return to a kind of arrangement, but this is a conflict which will stay. Yeah, and this is, I think, this is a very uncomfortable challenge, and maybe especially to Germany with this wishful thinking that after 1990 there are no adversaries anymore, only maybe difficult partners.
Yeah.
There is a peace dividend from the Cold War.
Well, after this really very sincere analysis, I would like to turn to Odysseas. Well, I would like to raise the topic of resilient Ukraine and first, of course, how you see, because you are Ukrainian, at the same time you are working in Chatham House and you see also Europe from the British perspective, from a little bit distance, and then you see the British politics. I would like to ask you the same question about how you see the unity, but also how you see the unity and resilience of Ukrainians, because we are ahead of, or just a couple of months before, another winter under the war, under Russians trying to eliminate the infrastructure and so on. How you see the resilience of Ukraine, how you see the unity of the European Union, how you see the determination of let's say, the British government, which is our closest country to the EU.
Thanks, Yaroslav. I remember on the eve of invasion, in Lviv, there was a group of embassies already evacuated from Kiev, and they were inviting civil society leaders, free media, to warn them that they will be gunned down by Russians. They're on the death list, right? That's another feature of totalitarian fascist regime, and they were offering them safe escape and urging them to leave. While the answer they've heard was, "We will resist." And this was a moment of truth that they faced before they really saw the battlefield playing out. Knowing Ukraine, where it comes from, knowing its historical actually perseverance and grit to fight oppression, knowing its ability to survive against all the odds as a nation and now as a state, I wasn't personally surprised. But I wanted to ask the audience the question with a show of hands, if how many of you believe that if given everything it needs, Ukraine can defeat Russian troops on its sovereign territory? Who believes it's possible? Well, majority, but not overwhelming majority. And perhaps this is the root cause also of our issue, is that we somehow do not understand how we can defeat a nuclear power, the member of the P5, under the condition of globalization still, where they're able to access a lot of resources through subvert sanctions, access resources, access to build this axis of authoritarian alliance, to continue actually taking up on the United States as they see it, and as a result, by proxy, on the European Union and free world order. And I don't think that we lack ideas so much how to do it. I mean, we actually published in Chatham House this paper called How to End Russia's War. It turned out to be an all-times bestseller. I guess a lot of people are Googling this question. So we've had almost 86,000 views and readers, a bit less, but people paid attention to this. And we are arguing in the simple terms that Russian troops must be defeated on all sovereign territory of Ukraine, and the system of deterrence must be built along eastern front line, but not only, in other theaters where we see Russia being operational. They're not just operating in Eastern Europe and in Ukraine. We see them in Syria, we see them in Africa, we may see some expression of them in Latin America. So we have to, for Russia, the world is the playground. And we should see Ukraine's aggression against Ukraine as part of that big theater of war that Russia is waging. And we are saying it's safeguarding Europe's future and the dangers of false peace. As a Ukrainian, I actually was pushing not to write so much about Ukraine, because Ukraine was very clear. And President Zelensky was very clear about the 10-point plan, how this war must end.
And you ask me about the British kind of support for Ukraine. I would say it's bipartisan. It's holding quite well. I think they can compete with Slovakia about who gave what first. They did the tanks and then the long-range missiles, and I think they've demonstrated that this escalation fear shouldn't be overblown, that actually when pushed against, Russians are moving their Black Sea fleet to save a harbor out of Crimea, that Crimea is not untouchable, that it's possible to challenge Russian presence in Crimea, and that all of this is done within the conventional means. So that is very important, I think, approach and policy that will continue, I think. But the question, like everywhere, is about replenishment of stocks that have been sent to Ukraine, spending 2% on security. That is a bare minimum, I think, these days, that not all the countries are spending, and also preparing for the new generation war that we do see now in perhaps some limited, perhaps not in full spectrum already in Ukraine. And like everywhere, we have pressures put on governments. These pressures come from unhappy people that are not increasing their well-being, not increasing their prosperity because of different reasons. In the UK, I would argue it's actually Brexit did more damage to British economy than COVID, like in the European continent. But that fundamentally creates this pressure for resources that politicians don't have courage to openly face, and they're trying to fudge it, so to speak. And that is danger, because we are treating voters and citizens in an infantile way. We should be open with them and say, what is the state of the world today? It's not the state of the world that was before, the annexation of Crimea, and even more before the full-blown invasion in Europe. And I finish on Ukraine. As I said, Ukrainians know what they're fighting for. In a way, it's easier. It's difficult in terms of human life and cost that the country pays, but there's clarity, black and white clarity, who is the aggressor and what will happen. There are dangerous ideas saying, why don't you settle for territory in exchange of peace, or for justice in exchange of peace, or for Crimea in exchange of peace? And the answer is very simple, that clearly for Ukraine, it's not the matter of territory, and all Ukrainians MPs who speak here, they confirm it. It's the matter of Ukraine. And it's interesting to bring us to this totalitarian times of Soviet Union domination, where they were in the Baltic states. When Finland fought against Soviet Union, yes, it lost some territory, and it lost roughly 25,000 people. But the Baltic states that didn't fight against the USSR, just in 1 week of repressions, lost over 50,000 people combined. Russians will exterminate Ukrainians. They are saying it. And Putin said another thing on Valdai that you didn't mention, that if West stops supporting Ukraine, there's no Ukraine. What did he say, in 2 weeks? Something like that? This is his war plan. He is not giving up on his idea, hoping for all these fractions between the alliance, elections in the United States to happen. So, I say Ukrainians are adapting. This winter will be difficult but not impossible, because last winter they've seen, what it is like, and a lot of households, businesses, shops, factories have generators. This will not be this element of surprise like last year. So honestly, Russians have little up their sleeves. And if we really give Ukrainians the tools that it must have, then I honestly believe Ukraine, or at least I am hopeful that Ukraine can win, because it's fighting on its territory, it knows what it's fighting for, it knows the terrain, and it is the future. Russia is fighting for the past, for the world that does not exist. And Ukraine is fighting for the world that we are sitting in here. So I don't see the reason why that world should not prevail.
This optimism and this positive attitude, I think, is so necessary. And it's, if you look at the history, let's say the 50s, when communism was really spreading around the world, and Korea, and Red Khmers in Cambodia, than so many communist regimes spreading in Africa and elsewhere, Latin America, etc. Even in many European countries, Czechoslovakia became communist and so on. There were really dark chapters of the 20th century, if I'm not speaking about the two wars. And yet, today, the democratic world is really big and very strong in comparison with these moments of 20th century. So I think there is a reason to be optimist and to see the hope. And I think you formulated very well for this fight for the...
If we are ready to throw our resources into that battle, this is the big if. If we do it, I have no doubt that Ukraine can win this war. But I think the crucial issue is the willingness of the West to see this war as a defining conflict for the future, at least of Europe, if not of the international order.
There is a notion, geopolitical Europe, of Ursula von der Leyen. This is exactly what you are talking about. Miro, what do you think? Can Europe be geopolitical?
I will come back to you, but there is a NGO in Slovakia called Globsec, which put an interesting study, which is called the cost of inaction. I think the inaction and the late action towards Ukraine is much more costly than anything which would we throw at that direction right now. And that's part of the problem, that we send things too late sometimes, many times. You mentioned the process in Germany and how step by step it grows but I think we should understand that Putin is in this for a long haul. He has a long-term goal. It's a different world, and we have to adjust to it, and we have to put our resources into it. We have to restart the defense industry in Europe, a big time. We have to give a boost to it, because what we see now is that we are out of stock. We do not have ammunition enough to keep for ourselves and send to Ukraine. So we have to produce more. That's important. I forgot to answer your question about the European Union, and then you asked about the geopolitics of Europe. One of the best surprises for me, if I can say it, was that actually Europe displayed unity from the beginning and was able to act. I think still there is the unity is prevailing, and need for action is prevailing feeling among the members of the European Union. The fact that when was it? It was last Monday, I think. The time is running so fast these days, but it was last Monday when we were in Kyiv. We have a Foreign Affairs Council there, first one outside of territory of the European Union. We were all there together, except for our Hungarian colleagues, who was not. He didn't find that 3 days; it was too much of his calendar. For some reasons, and my Polish colleague, who unfortunately contracted COVID at the UN General Assembly, but otherwise he would be there. So it was a great display of unity, and we went there, and we were thinking about. There was a lot of talk about fatigue. We came to Kyiv. There was no fatigue. There was no fatigue. There was a will. There was will to continue and to fight, what you said, Orysia. I mean, they are determined. And both you and I, we used to live in a country called Czechoslovakia with its own history of 1938, and we know what is the price of appeasement. There shouldn't be no appeasement to Putin.
Sure. Well, we can imagine what does it mean too little too late when it comes to the weapons, for example. But there is another strategic shift, and this is the enlargement of the EU. This is really about the future of the European Union. And now, how fast? Too little, too late? Is it possible to do it really quickly? Ralph, I'm watching at you. Germany has a big say in that process.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
With regard to EU accession for Ukraine, I think Germany is one of the advocates, especially the foreign minister, Annalena Baerbock. She is extremely engaged in that. If it comes to NATO, it's the other way around. Germany was one of the most, I would say, restrictive governments in the last NATO summit in Vilnius, even more than the US. Again, I would say because there's an overarching fear that NATO and Germany could be involved in this war. If it comes to EU, yes, I think we should give Ukraine a kind of fast track, which does not mean a discount in substance. Yeah, if it comes to domestic reforms, the rule of law, the division of powers, check and balances, and all the fundamentals of European democracy, and also some degree of economic reforms towards the market economy, there should be no discount in substance. But regarding the time frame, we should speed up the process with starting the negotiations, or at least deciding to start the negotiations this year in December. And then have a kind of parallel track in negotiating the more, I think, 30 chapters of the accession agreement. So, and Ukraine is ready for that. I think this is also not only in the geopolitical interest of Europe, and we should look at Ukraine as an asset, not as a burden. As an asset, not only in terms of security, as military strong and victorious Ukraine would be a bulwark of European security, but also economically, there's a huge potential in Ukraine, not only in terms of the agricultural powerhouse, but also technologically. There's a sense of entrepreneurship. There's really a vivid civil society, so Ukraine could really become a win-win model for Europe, and the same applies to NATO. Yeah, I think Ukraine has to be a cornerstone of transatlantic security, and being serious in opening the doors to EU and NATO will also be a leverage for internal reforms in Ukraine. Yeah, there's I would say, a double effect in that.
Thank you for that optimistic position. And indeed, if you travel around Ukraine, such a huge country, you see that strength. When you meet people, you see it again. Orysia, what do you think about the capacity of Ukrainian, let's say, society to adapt, to change? The capacity of state to embrace the rule of law which is required by the European Union, and all the reforms which will not be easy. Ukraine is faring well now to fulfill the 7 conditions they received, but the EU membership means really much bigger and deeper changes.
I think Putin made a fatal mistake by attacking Ukraine when it was at its strongest, to be honest, because after the revolution of dignity in Euromaidan, there have been an impressive set of reforms that were undertaken to actually strengthen the state, which was really never the case, because yes, Ukraine is a very ancient European nation with the tradition going back to the 10th century, but it never had a modern state that was functional, right? I mean, it was always struggle or short term, never really consolidated what it means to have a professional governing state. Decentralization gave people ownership, and it was not just lip service decentralization. The fiscal, more than 50% of Ukrainian budget was spent in the community. Closing down loopholes on corruption through the state budget. Procurement was cleaned up. Energy sector, that, you know, it was such toxic, Ukrnaftogaz was such a toxic company that no multilateral or international bank would even approach it. Ukraine stopped buying Russian gas. You look at Ukrainian creative industries and cultural sector, which is probably often underestimated, but such an expression of healthy society. The publishing, even now during the time of war, you go in a bookshop, you see how many international titles, bestsellers, the Goncourt Prix, the Booker Prize, all translated into Ukrainian. And there's demand, and there are lots of young people in bookshops, theater, fashion, you name it. So I think that all that energy, of course now, you know, it's a bit like time has stopped on the 24th of February, and the whole of that energy is now diverted to protect that nascent state that has had huge success. And that kind of agency that Ukraine experienced during these reforms is so critical for resilience, because people know that their action matter. I think this is where we should learn and get inspiration from Ukraine in the West. There's return to this paternalism, politics, populist politics, where the state is here to give me this, they owe me, because, you know, I pay taxes here and that. The elite, they owe me, they steal from me. In Ukraine, this was the case, but then people said, if I want to fix it, I will partake in this and I will fix it. So more young people went to politics, became members of parliament, local council members, set up NGOs. And this created a new fabric of society that it's not so easy to rip for Putin. And we often underestimate how important was the Ukrainian private sector, because yes, Ukraine gets a lot of military assistance, but budgetary assistance, but believe me, every medium and small size, large size Ukrainian company provides money on a monthly basis to support their comrades who are fighting in the armed forces, to support families who's affected by war. They still buy what they need to buy for the front line. They demine in some their own way agricultural land so that they can start planting. This is where I think we should, when we are thinking about the future strategy of persevering and winning, this sector of Ukrainian economy must be supported to a large degree. Foreign investments will come later, but these people are now carrying Ukraine on their shoulders on a daily basis. And demand for successful European membership is 90%. No Ukrainian leadership can, start subverting that route. Mm-hmm. And I know that young soldiers, men and women who are fighting in the East, whenever they come home, they say, we are defending Ukraine, they're on the front line. We want you to clean up home when we come back so that I can get my, whatever veteran status, social services, that I don't see all these Maseratis that they are, driving, stealing, whatever from the state. So this what I believe, there's very strong internal impetus. It's not just Western conditionality for money, which helps, and it's very important that US and EU align its conditionality and really make paramount what I think we rarely hear, these checks and balances. We hear some rule of law, we hear there, but this is the fundamental problem, that whoever runs Ukraine has to accept there are independent and separate institutions, legislative, executive, free media, and judiciary. Here you go. Mm-hmm. If this is not put in place, nothing will work in a democratic way, and we know it. And it's daily work to keep building up, I don't know how you call it, these walls, so that there is a real separation and that they perform well their duties. For Ukraine, EU membership and NATO membership is part of Ukrainian victory. Otherwise, Ukrainians will not accept the price that they paid in this horrible war.
Well, thank you. You made a very good case for capacity of Ukraine to transform, and this terrible war really can be an injection of energy. Also, I think for the EU, there was a huge problem when, well, inherent problem that the EU did not know where it ends, right?
Now from Lisbon to Luhansk, we were
now
told by Annelina.
It's quite clear that that could be...
Nice phrase. Nice phrase, yes.
Well, I would maybe open the floor. We have some 30 minutes for the public, a little bit more. I received here this to play a handball. So this is a cube ball or mic ball or something like this. So I will be able to throw it.
Maybe it's a dice.
Around. So I'll try to be as precise as possible.
Wow.
Super.
Super. Very well.
Looks like a good start. Thank you so much. You've covered so many points. I have two questions. The first one, going into this consensus that the Western elites do not want to allow Ukraine to lose, but they're not ready to allow Russia to lose. And they seem to stick to the plan to continue dragging on, you know, not like delivering enough. Is there any understanding in high offices that this is not the best scenario for Europe itself? That you have this rising utility costs and this rising pressure from the low, like from certain social classes that would entail the rise of populism, and that these people in high offices can lose power to populists. We are celebrating yesterday's elections in Poland, but we are missing the fact that the rhetoric of Confederation Party changed the public discourse and public policies and what is acceptable even in Poland. So do you have this understanding in the EU that it's not the best scenario to continue dragging on the war? And the second question is about the EU capacity to incorporate Ukraine. We are talking about how, that it can be an asset, but I'm asking how the architecture of the EU should be changed to make it the most efficient, because the EU enlargement had some drawbacks, and we have representatives of Eastern Europe when somehow we do not feel that we have enough of agency and say politically in the EU. And Valeria Karableva, Charles University. So thank you. Shall I go back?
I'm ready. Super. Thank you so much. So let's give this answer, and then we'll continue with other questions. Please, Miro, you want to start?
To your first question, it's a relatively easy answer from my side. Some do, some doesn't. And that's the problem. Some have this deep feeling that we have to provide enough to Ukrainians to not only defeat their territory, but actually to push Russia out of it and to win. But some are really afraid of possible escalation of nuclear war, and I must say that that's part of a Russian strategy that they very much keep us in fear. And this is not something which started with aggression last year. I mean, whoever watched the Russian television, as I did for years, I never seen a more jingoistic society in the last 10, 15 years than in Russia. I mean, the public debate about how they will occupy other territories and how they will destroy states and people with their nuclear warheads, it was shocking to any man.
Yeah. Ralph,
yeah,
what you would say?
Agree very much that if we allow our policy towards Russia in this war to be guided by fear, finally we are increasing the risks of escalation. It's the other way around. It's the other way around. against the threat of escalation, you need a firm attitude. Yeah? And this is about deterrence. Yeah? When the Russians started last year playing with this fear of nuclear escalation, as far as we got it, there was a quite clear message from Washington: don't do it. The consequences will be catastrophic for Russia. It's not necessary to explain it in concrete. Yeah? But it's clear the West has enough potential for deterrence. So if we, I would say Roosevelt coined this famous phrase, "We have nothing to fear but fear." And I think this is very true in such an existential moment we are. And the other element, also talking to our public, is that this is not just a matter of solidarity with Ukraine, that this is our war to a certain extent, even if we don't want to be engaged militarily.
Especially if you don't want to be engaged
militarily. Yeah, politically, this is our war. This is about the future of the European security architecture, the future of European democracy, of the future of the international rule-based order. Yeah. And it's part of a larger, of a broader confrontation we are in. We have to connect the dots between Ukraine, the Middle East, Asia. So, to make clear the challenge, and at the same time, it's to nourish a sense of, I would say, confidence that finally liberal democracies will have the better card in this than a conflict than our authoritarian adversaries.
Yeah, this is the war against status quo. This is a war against rule-based international order. This is the war waged against us. Yeah. So in that respect, this is our war. This is not a war we wanted, but it was waged against us, and we have to react.
But it's a genocidal war. Yeah, it's the first time in the post-Yugoslavian war in Boston, we already had a kind of genocidal war in the early 90s, but now we have it in another scale. And this is a real threat. You know, they are burning down all the walls against barbarism. And we have to defend these walls. Yes. Otherwise, we will wake up in a really frightening world.
I think it's, it's an important metaphor of these walls, because I think they're both real and symbolic, but also it's something where Europe here with the European Union managed to build a safe space where there's no violence in all ways against the individual, against business, against press, whereas Russia is actually wanting to drag people into this massive gulag of their own that they are constructing. Ukrainians refused to be part of the gulag, so they decided to exterminate them. And this is as basic as it is. And what I think we are now paying the price in the West for not actually honestly exposing all that Russia was doing in the West, with all kind of active measures, coercive incursions, both through the security apparatus and other means to undermine European Union, to poison what we've seen in the UK, to explosive detonations, all the list of things. But we were keeping it secret for a very long time, until the annexation of Crimea. In the case of the UK, none of this was exposed. There were so many unexplained deaths who possibly could have been conducted by the Russians. And of course, then our publics awake and say, what kind of Russian threat are you talking about? We are far away, hundreds of miles away, and I think that is why, I'm not a politician, I never was, but I think we're lacking leaders who have courage to tell the truth and not to, treat people like children, not to treat citizens like children. I see young generation of Germans when I talk to them. They have total understanding what is going on. They understand that this is the responsibility of their generation to save Europe from that barbarism. They are appalled by this. But we don't have enough leaders in Europe almost to raise up to the challenge. I think it's also a problem. And nobody denies the importance of, personality in history. So somehow either it will be the rise of the many, and this kind of horizontal solidarity of Europeans like we see, because European Union is Ukrainian home front. This is why Ukrainians are saving their future generations. That's why young Ukrainians are studying in Germany, in the UK, in Poland, in order to go back and rebuild their country. And I think there's no doubt in the European capitals where Ukraine belongs. I've been to Berlin, Paris, we discussed this report and other things. It's clear where Ukraine belongs. The question is, how do we make it happen? This still remains an open question. We have no right to betray Ukraine, because this is the fear. I have less fear that Ukraine will betray itself and do something problem with reforms, then the West will betray Ukraine's aspiration and will not deliver. I have that fear.
About the leadership, it's clear that there is a strong leadership in Ukraine. The video of Zelensky, we're here from the beginning of the war, that's really a statesmanship. There was a second part of the question. I will pass the microphone right away, but I will just ask maybe Ralph. There was a second part of the question, how the EU should change in order to enlarge. Of course, that's also, as Miro said, this is for the seminar, but would you have any...
Maybe that's more a question to the foreign minister, but from my view, I think that we should not slip into the trap that we first have to have fundamental European domestic reforms, maybe even changing the treaty, before we can adopt Ukraine, Moldova, and maybe others. This could turn out as a never-ending story to keep them away on arm's length. And I think we have to have a serious conversation. Of course, it's a problem, how to ensure the ability to decide and the ability to act in a European Union of 33, 34, 35 very different countries with different histories, different political cultures, different economic strength. So how to create unity in diversity and how to manage diversity within the European Union. Meanwhile, I think, formally I have been more an advocate of European federation, but meanwhile I think we have to give space for this diversity within the European Union and focus on some really obligatory common values and norms, and then give space to more fluid cooperation within the European Union, a kind of flexible architecture with coalitions of the willing. We have it today already with the Euro or Schengen. It's not necessary to have unanimity of all, but I think it's always also risky to go for majority principle in substantial decisions. So, but this is an open discussion we have to have in the next years. But please don't play out internal reforms against enlargement.
From the optics of the foreign minister, Slovak foreign minister.
Look, I think it's very much connected with the question which Orysia raised, and that's the question of leadership, in a way that if you want to have and you asked already about it, the geopolitical Europe, if you want to have that, you have to do a bold decision. You have to do the leap of faith. You have to be brave. And you don't have to find different excuses of technical character why it's too difficult and too long and so on and so on. Obviously, it will be difficult. it's clear, but it's also necessary. If the Europe wants to play a role on a global scene, it has to enlarge, and it has to enlarge by Ukraine and by Western Balkans. We have to finish the job from this point of view, and also Moldova, I should not forget to mention. And there will be discussions how to manage it and how to adapt European institutions. But first of all, there has to be a clear will and to move forward.
Okay, so I'll continue with the cube. Shorter distance.
Thank you. Tomas Ilves, former president of Estonia. I'd like to inject a little urgency into this discussion so far. I mean, 19 months ago, the war started. We talk about Ukrainian fatigue. Well, if Ukraine had gotten the ATACMS and the Taurus and all those, and the tanks, a year ago, Surovikin would not have built the Surovikin line with 10 kilometers of mines to pass through. Now, the other side of this, in 12 months and 3 weeks, there will be a US election. We don't know how that's going to go, but the way we could possibly be left with strategic autonomy as the default option. Not the wet dreams of Macron, but I mean,
strategic solitude.
Yes, and so I think what we need in our discussions about Ukraine and where it's going is a greater sense of urgency. Because if we keep going the way we are discussing, well, what do we do with them, and making 8 years they can join the EU, I don't know if what is going to be the situation on June 20th, 2025. None of us know. But the point is that we need urgency, and we also have complete evidence of what happens when you don't do anything, and the best evidence is the Surovikin line.
Yeah, very good point.
Thank you. So, any reactions on that? The EU's capability to handling it alone, if, let's say, if in the US there is change, the EU capacity to really go even more strongly into the support of Ukraine. Are we capable of it? Can we really dedicate resources, convince electorates, mobilize people, explain them what is in stake for them, for all of us? Are we capable to do it? Miro.
Well, I would agree with President Ilves that if it's a question, we have to find the resources, and we have to think about strategic autonomy in that way, as he mentioned it, that we have to be ready for even for a situation when the US will be not willing. God say, I hope it will not happen, but that's what is the essence of the word of autonomy is that you can do it alone, and you can do it by yourself, and the mobilizing of resources, it's a tough thing, and but look at. I always said myself when I'm thinking about it and about my comfort zone, I'm always thinking about Ukrainians fighting because, well, I could be in their situation, and that's something I do not want to be. So I better do everything I will not get there, and help them.
Maybe I will concretize. Year ago, when we were heading into the energy crisis, etc., the notion of war tax in this country was accepted. That maybe there will be something we will have to pay to go through a difficult winter, to a difficult period, to overcome the war situation. Today, where we are in Germany, for example, the war tax, to give more money and to dedicate resources. Are we there?
I would say it's, in the core, it's not a matter of money.
Yes,
in the core, it's a matter of political leadership and political will. And to tell our public that we are in extraordinary times and that the outcome of this war in Ukraine will have a decisive impact on our future. So I would like to add another dimension to Thomas' call for a sense for urgency. It's also not only because there's an important election looming and we don't know how far the US will continue to be a backbone for Ukraine and Europe. It's also, you know, in terms of Ukraine itself. Yeah, Ukraine cannot endlessly continue a war of attrition. And so we have to speed up now on the short term to end this war as fast as possible. And to end it in a way that is not only in line with international law and the desire of Ukraine to be an independent, free European country, but which can serve as a model, yeah, for internationally. And I totally agree that time is not on our side. Yeah, we have to then increase our efforts now.
Yeah, I think we are not honest that we are paying very little for it. I mean, Poland spent 2.5% of its GDP on helping Ukraine, and that's quite a lot. Czech Republic 1.5%. US spent 10% of its defense budget, and that includes posture in the east, right? That has nothing to do with deployment in Ukraine. They're just guarding the western flank of NATO, which is very important. But that, what kind of war?
We spend much more money in Germany to lower the impact of the energy crisis.
Yes, yeah? Then on this, of course. But then you ask yourself the question: what kind of war are we preparing to fight? You know, isn't this the existential war that will define Europe, will define Russia in the end, and will define how we coexist on the continent? So. That's why we, in our report, recommend doubling down on Ukraine, clearly. And when, during the summer offensive, all these impatient questions by journalists were, so how is Ukrainian counteroffensive doing? Why are we so disappointed? Nobody was disappointed at Western assistance given to Ukraine to allow exactly for the situation that President Ilves describes. So I don't think we are fully honest. So we have to be honest and actually say that if we have this strategic objective to return to a rule-based order, then we have to put in all the resources. You know, Ukraine is not fighting Taliban. I mean, US Army was spending more in Afghanistan than what it is spending on Ukraine. And to be honest, something we didn't bring up here, it's because in the White House, China is on the mind, you know, it's where it's deterring actually certain types of assistance to Ukraine for various reasons, not to show capabilities that are a bit more modern, not to deplete stocks. So there are different reasons. But Taiwanese delegation that come and discusses about the, you know, what is happening, are urging actually to end this war as soon as possible, because China is interested in this prolonged conflict, hoping that this contingency will complicate Western decision making and open a space for China, for more militaristic, faster solution in there. So there are all good reasons to do it. That is why I think it's not about money, it's not about reasons, it's about courage. And this is where we need to, you know, stand up to the test of times, because Ukrainians lost fear. They have nothing to fear. But we have still fear in the West, and this gives Russia leverage and to prolong this war.
Be bolder, be quicker. There is a cube in there waiting for other people. Okay. Flying to you.
Thank you.
Yuri Jablaza, International Strategic Action Network for Security. Well, I think still it's not about only courage and personal traits. By demanding more courage from Chancellor Scholz or other European leaders, we may not get it from them. Or, you know, just saying you lack political will. So there should be also some strong reasoning in explaining that this false justification that we have just heard from Ralph describing the position of the German political elites, that they are afraid of the collapse of the Putin regime because of the possible nuclear Armageddon or something like that. But the existential threat is already here. The clear and I think well-reasoned description of risks and scenarios is what is also needed to show to the German public, German political class, that every month of delay increases risks. Not only leads to the losses of thousands of Ukrainian lives, but increases real security risks and the cost of future response. It's not only developments on the front of the on the military front in Ukraine, but the Putin regime is destabilizing and supporting all the ways to undermine security, be it the horrendous attack by Hamas, and they're preparing a lot more. We know that. As a Russian national and a Russia watcher, I know that they have lots in the pipeline. So action is needed now, and we need to expose this hypocritical and stupid, short-sighted position of Germany, German leadership, and to a large extent French leadership, and it has impact on others. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I take it more as a comment, and I got the news that we have to go to the conclusion. I think your comment was going very well along the common call for being bolder, being quicker, and act now, support Ukrainian immediately. Maybe a mental switch, the sense of urgency, which sounded very well in all interventions. I think the war in Ukraine, the Russian aggression against Ukraine, is something which is directly the war and aggression against us, against the civilized world. So I think there was a big agreement in the panel. I thank you very much for your intervention, for your participation. I thank also the audience for attention and for good questions. And I think that our panelists deserve a good round of applause.
And the moderator.
Join me.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks to the moderator.
Yes,
Thanks.
that's very nice.
Have a nice afternoon.
Should we get started?
There is, Carl, there is usually 5-minute policy, so 4 minutes left now.
I'll give a couple more minutes.
Yeah.
I just want everybody to know this is the microphone. And if we get to discussion and we have time for it, I'm supposed to throw it. So it sounds like it may be a good idea to get to discussion questions from the audience because it sounds like it might be fun. It's not quite as packed as it was this morning. Well, I've got a few introductory comments to make anyway, and I think if you get going, people come in from the outside, so let's get started. I'm Carl Gershman. I used to be at the NED. This is the concluding session of today's agenda. And I think everyone will agree that it's been for those who've been here for the whole day, it's been a very, very intense day. I mean, it seems like 3 weeks ago that I attended a breakfast session on the Indo-Pacific, and there was other sessions going on at that time on Latin America or in Africa. We had the really wonderful opening session with Presidents Maya Sandu and Petra Pavel. Sessions I was part of a session on Iran. There were sessions on Ukraine, Burma, China, Russia, sharp power, and all sorts of other really critical issues. And I think this has been a remarkable conference. And not only the substance of what we talked about, but also the people that have been brought together. It's something we need to think about as to how to take advantage and how to build this. And the subject of this session is Resisting Autocracy, Inc. It's a term that Anne Applebaum created. It's already become an international term, and she hasn't published her book yet. She just gave a couple of lectures on it within the last year. But already people are talking about it because it's an existing phenomenon of the cooperation of all the autocratic countries. And the question is, how do you fight it? That's what we're talking about today. How do you resist it? And you can say that everything we did today and everything that I assume everybody in this room does is part of Resisting Autocracy, Inc., because it's become a threat to democracy and everything that we believe in. And Forum 2000 is a response to Autocracy, Inc., it's World Movement for Democracy, and other things that we're all a part of. Let me just give one thought on the resistance to this, and sort of a comment on Larry Diamond's speech last night. I've known Larry forever, and you should just know that it was an unusual speech that he gave, because he talked about power, hard power, in addition to soft power, more than he ever has before. In other words, the realization that democracy is not going to be able to deal with this current crisis unless it can have a geopolitical, a geostrategic balance with the autocratic powers. When you're up against a country like Russia and China and Iran that are prepared to use military force, you have to stop that. And it's pretty critical. You need the hard power in addition to Western unity, will, geopolitical alliances, and all of the other ways in which we try to preserve peace in the world. But it's becoming increasingly difficult. I don't want to make comparisons with the late 1930s, but it's becoming increasingly difficult because these autocratic powers are now using a military force to achieve their ends, and you have to respond to this in a way that can preserve international order and also the values of freedom and democracy that we all believe in. We've got a terrific panel to discuss these issues today. I'm going to go in the following order. I'm going to call on Vera Jourova first. Vera, I think you have the best job title of any
position in the international bureaucracy. She's Vice President of Values and Transparency of the European Commission, so congratulations on that.
Thank you.
And then we'll go to Alexandra Medvedchuk, who is the head of the Center for Civil Liberties in Ukraine, but also the 2022 Nobel laureate. And we're very, very proud to have you with us. And I know that Ned is proud to have you as a grantee, and we want to do everything we can to support you and what your others are doing to help Ukraine survive the aggressive assault by Russia, allied with Iran and other countries. The third speaker will be Shimon Panek, a very old friend, co-founder and director of the People in Need, and somebody who has been a leader within the Czech Republic for supporting people further to the east who have been resisting Russian oppression and aggression. And fourth, we'll have Alisa Wahid, who is the director of the Gusturian Network Indonesia, but also the daughter of Abdurrahman Wahid, who is really a great man. I told you this morning that I had the honor of meeting him, and he's really a wonderful, wonderful person.
Thank you.
Yes, and we're very, very delighted to have you with us. She's also the first female co-chair of the Nahdlatul Ulama, which is a Muslim organization with 50 million members, the largest in the world. So that'll be great. I sent around a few questions to the panelists a week ago, and we'll focus on that. But you can, as you respond, you can go into whatever you want to. And the first, in terms of thinking about how to resist Autocracy Inc., has to do with the battle of ideas. And I posed a question, which is that the main argument that the CCP, the Beijing regime, makes is that it is it has power. And it can act decisively, whereas democracy is messy, it's divided, it's weak. And I posed the question, is that really true? If we think about these highly centralized countries and unaccountable power, is it not a guarantee for low-quality decision-making and often catastrophic with often catastrophic results, such as the results for Russia of Putin's invasion of Ukraine, which didn't go through any democratic process before Putin decided to launch the aggression, or China's disastrous policy on COVID, zero COVID, leading to no policy at all, and 2 million deaths and 800 million people getting COVID, and a real alienation in China. So autocracy doesn't look very good today, but still, they're making that argument that it's stronger than democracy. What do you think about that?
The fact that they are making this argument doesn't mean that it's true. I was in China, 3 weeks ago, and I didn't have a feeling that the society lives very happy life. You called it unaccountable power. I think that we who are used to live in democracy would be missing horribly the freedoms and the feeling that we can do things without being spied on, without being captured by AI social scoring, without being punished for something which the state does not define clearly. Because one of the things I was discussing with the Chinese authorities was unclear law, which the European businesses are confronted with. They asked me, could you please convince the Chinese authorities to interpret and clarify what they mean by the law on cybersecurity? And I tried to, and I realized that their law could turn against anybody at any moment. It is just dependent on how the authority will need to act and who they will need to suppress. So absolutely, the answer is no. The autocratic system cannot deliver better life for people. We saw it in COVID time. I remember the vaccines coming, or was it vaccine or no? The masks coming in big boxes to this country, and there were signs like "From China with love," and with the masks, it was a clear import of the message. Our system works much better.
After giving us the disease, they gave us the masks.
Well, the cure must always...
Sorry about that.
The cure must always
Lab
be
leak.
better than the disease. But no, it was a stress test. It was the moment when our democracies were under big test. And then the war came, and energy crisis, and inflation, and poverty, and overall uncertainty in the society. We are under permanent pressure. When I say we, I mean our Western democracies. So the best protection of democracies is that it obviously or apparently delivers for the people, that the people understand why they have it, and that it's noisy or chaotic. It's fine, no? We are able to live in it. Democracy must be vivid, dialogue, sometimes noise.
Well, you know, for the sake of democracy, one of the best things it could do for democracy is Ukraine to win the war. And I know that, Alexander, I mean, the role that civil society is playing in Ukraine is just one of the big stories. It's remarkable. It's the whole society responding, and that's why Russia's not going to win and why Russia's going to lose. And maybe you could talk about that.
I would like to emphasize that this Russian war against Ukraine have a very vivid value dimension. This is not just a war between two states. This is a war between two systems, authoritarianism and democracy. And with this war, Putin attempts not just to punish Ukrainians for our democratic choice, which we made 9 years ago during the Revolution of Dignity, when authoritarian regime collapsed, and we got a chance for the democratic transition of our country. But with this war, Putin attempts to convince the whole world that democracy, rule of law, and human rights are fake values because they couldn't protect anyone in this war. That means that we must demonstrate opposite. Democracies has to win wars. And when large-scale invasion started, the civilized world told, let's help Ukraine not to fail. Ukraine obtained first serious weapon just to be able to defend ourselves. First serious sanctions against Russia were introduced into force. But this is a time to change this narrative to another one. Let's help Ukraine to win. There is a significant difference between let's help Ukraine not to fail and let's help Ukraine to win fast. And we can practically measure this difference in types of weapons, in speed of decisions, in gravity of sanctions. And I think that the main obstacle why we are not on the stage, let's help Ukraine to win fast, it's fear. Because if Ukraine has to win, it means that Russia has to lose. And the problem is that we have no long-term strategy, what we have to do with Russia in this regard. And what I want to say and to conclude that Russia will lose. It's inevitable. The Soviet Union collapsed regardless whether or not we was prepared for it or not. And that is why the only matter is time and price. Because Ukrainians have no time. We are dying. The time for us resulted in numerous deaths in battlefield, in numerous deaths in deep rear, in numerous deaths in occupied territories.
I worry so much about Ukraine surviving as a society, given the attack on civilians that they're doing. But then the issue of what follows is such a difficult issue. I remember back in, when was it, 1990 or so, 1991, that President George H.W. Bush gave his Chicken Kiev speech. You probably remember that, in which there was a great fear about the breakup of the Soviet Union. And there really was a desire to keep the Soviet Union together. I can remember people said Russia will never give up Ukraine. Well, of course, they did at the time, but they never really did. And the question is, how deep is the concern in Ukraine with what's the future of Russia? Is there anything that can be done to somehow have a better Russia that emerges from this war?
Ukrainian civil society prepared the Sustainable Peace Manifesto. It's our vision of the long-term strategy towards Russia, because let's help Ukraine to win fast, it's a short-term strategy. And we have to find an answer, what we will be doing with the country with 100 million people and nuclear weapon. And also, I want to return to this question of fear. And if we speak about fear, let's speak about alternative. Because what Russia also wants to convince us, that a country with a strong military potential and nuclear weapon can break international order, can dictate its rules of the game to entire international community, and even forcibly change the internationally recognized borders. And if Russia succeeds, it will encourage other authoritarian leaders in the world to do the same. The international system of peace and security aren't work anymore. And now it's visible not only people in Ukraine, people in Syria, people in Myanmar, people in Sudan and other countries, but for everybody. And this means that democratic governments will be forced to invest the money not in education, healthcare, culture, or business development, not in solving global problems like climate changes or social inequality, but in weapons. And we will be a witness an increase of a number of nuclear states, an emergence of robotic armies and new weapons of mass destruction. If Russia succeeds and this scenario comes true, we will find ourselves in a world which will be dangerous for everyone without any exceptions. And that is why we need Ukrainian victory. Once again, democracy has to win wars.
No, Ukraine is fighting the battle for the whole world, I think, and we appreciate that. We appreciate that. Shimon, you know, this is what you've been struggling with, I mean, for a long time, and you bring to this a kind of historical memory of what Czechoslovakia had before and how to prevent this from returning. What do you think about this battle with authoritarianism and totalitarianism that we're faced with today?
Well, thank you, Carol. And I think this short, final kind of a distilled definition of what's happening and what's at the stake in Ukraine, Alexandra's definition was perfect, and it should be printed on the first page of every European biggest daily to push the politicians to help Ukraine to win. I fully agree, because...
In the United States, too. Don't leave out the
United States, too, of course.
We need to learn that lesson.
You know, let me to maybe approach it from kind of a self-critical feedback. I think the problem of the democracies is, for the last 10, 15 years, maybe 20, that they are not taking things of the clash enough seriously. They always hope that there is a possibility to set up a fair, more or less partnership, friendly relation with Putin or with Xi Jinping or with others, that behaving like a, someone coming from Germany or even from US offering sincere economic ties and a fair partnership, that it's taken from the other side in the same way. But that's false assumption. And we can see it now. Putin started to have this appetite already 10, 15 years ago when he tried first steps in Georgia, of course, then Syria. It's not just Ukraine. Of course, Ukraine is 10 times or 100 times bigger than anything else, but he got feeling that the West is weak, unoriented, that it doesn't take the thing seriously, that it won't be able to take an action. And he was partially right, because until last year, the West was basically not able to take the action. West was watching, China increasing a huge influence, including a big military bases and other things. Russia getting back on international military geopolitics scene by helping Bashar Assad to basically stop his defeat and deploying a huge military force in Syria. And the West was just watching, Why? Because I think until now we got a wake-up call, excuse me that I'm using it because it's a very tragic wake-up call, which cost already 100,000 lives. But for the first time since the end of the communism, I have the feeling that the Western politicians really understand what does it mean to face the dictators and authoritarians. We were calling from Central Europe often, just to remember so-called letter of 150 intellectuals from Central Eastern Europe, which was sent to Obama, basically saying, sir, there is no way how to build a friendship with Putin. Be careful. And exactly what Havel and Michnik and all others and were afraid, exactly that happened. So I think it's basically about not taking it seriously or not being ready to invest enough in terms to build enough strong armies, be enough strict, be strong. Plus, let's be honest, in Europe, last 20, 30 years were difficult. The accession and broadening of Europe and the troublemakers from Central Eastern Europe not really improved the drive and decision-making ability. Plus, the Southern and Western Europe, for them, the Russia was very distant, So they were hoping that the things will somehow go as business as usual, and in US to simplify it. But the last 4 presidents, each of them for different reasons, Bush for his arrogant unilateralism, Obama, excuse me, but for his naive approach to a lot of the foreign policy issues, Trump, of course, and Biden, he's doing his best, but he's not the strongest figure in the last 50 years. So both Europe and US basically lost some of the leverage, and the dictators, it's like in Lord of the Rings when the Mordor started to be stronger. The different creatures and start to come up from the soil in the different parts of the world. If you have a very strong energy which is evil, then of course it kind of energizes the evil forces around the globe.
Yeah. Lisa.
I'm a big fan of Frodo, of course. So.
You're part of this conversation now. It's been basically a transatlantic conversation so far. And the question is, what has to be done for the Global South and the transatlantic community to get on the same page on these issues that are central to the future of democracy in the world?
Yeah, let me start with a reflection, Carl. So also take the opportunity to thank Forum 2000. I was here in 1997.
You were? With your father?
I was assisting my father. He was legally blind. He was
Yeah.
invited as a scholar and also the leader of the
That's wonderful.
democracy movement in Indonesia, opposing the military regime of President Suharto at that time in 1997. And it was the atmosphere of the meeting was, somewhat an optimistic one, because we have the president de Klerk at that time with the fall down of apartheid. And then we also have Chancellor Helmut Schmidt, who, in his time, it was the breaking of the Berlin Wall. There were also Dalai Lama, of course, and President Prince Hassan bin Talal, and then also Simon Peres. And out of that conversation, actually, President Wahid co-initiated the Simon Peres Peace Foundation of the Palestinian and Israeli people. Out of that Forum 2000 meeting. And 2 years after that meeting, he came here as a leader for civil society movement. But in 2 years, he became the first democratically elected president of Republic of Indonesia. I would say some of his strength he also gained from this forum.
Wow.
So thank you, Forum 2000.
That's wonderful. Thank you for reminding us of that.
Yeah. So my point is, I'm surprised that we are right now have to talk about this autocracy. Back in 1997, we were celebrating the falling down of autocracies around the world. Now, we are talking about the challenge of them gaining strength and momentum. Even in Indonesia, which has become one of the more successful story of democratization, we are seeing declining quality of democracy. And also in the South, the global South countries, we are seeing that. So it's from our experience, at least in Southeast Asia, in Myanmar, in Philippines, in Indonesia, we are facing what we call hijacked democracy. These autocracies, they are actually riding on the democratic institutions within their respective areas, but strengthening the autocratic tendency and also weakening the democracy movement, especially ones backed by the civil society organization. That is why talking about the global movement for democracy is really important, because we need to consolidate. We need to work together closely, like what we used to have in the 90s, in the 80s, and the 90s, where there was a strong current of democracy movement globally to support each country so that no one has to face the challenges of Ukraine. Ukraine is so far from Southeast Asia, but we also felt the repercussion of what's happening in Ukraine because of the prices, the inflation, and everything. So I agree that from what Alexandra said, Ukraine is not fighting only for Ukraine, but fighting for the whole world. And so this is one of the challenge, hijack democracy using the democracy, the institutions, democratic institutions within especially one countries, like what we are facing right now in Indonesia with the upcoming election. And then the second one is also, there's a challenge of, this is probably unintended process that we have never foreseen. So when I read the book, Why Good People Are Divided by Politics and Religions, by, I'm sorry, I forget his name. But it talked about the challenge of democracy in sociocentric societies. So there is a tension that is not addressed enough, where democracy relies on the protection of every single human being, while the sociocentric societies like Indonesia, Malaysia, India, they tend to be more leaders oriented and social norms that makes it easier for autocratic leaders to gain power and with no accountability. So this is what I think the challenges that we have today for democracy.
Well, you know, even democratic societies are not protected against that. I mean, I won't go into what's happening in the United States, but we worry very much about what could happen in the United States, as strong as our democracy is. But your idea, somehow if we could all come together through a kind of a common democratic movement, where we can really understand that we all have a stake in everyone's future here, there's something there. And that may be something that can be stimulated and encouraged by organizations like Forum 2000. It's something that we have to think. I mean, if what you said about the meeting in 1997, which created the Shimon Peres Peace Foundation and so forth, came out of the meeting, these types of ideas could come out of a meeting like this. But thinking about the strength of the autocratic countries, and they have this, there's a kind of an illusion of invincibility. The question is, how do we puncture that illusion? Larry talked last night about the vulnerability and the fear of these autocratic governments, and they all suffer from grave problems. The Chinese, I mentioned COVID, but also their economic problems, their demographic problems, the backlash that's coming from their more aggressive behavior, the crisis that Russia is experiencing internally because of its aggression against Ukraine and the failure of that. It's already failed. Ukraine hasn't won yet, but Russia has already failed, and it's suffering terribly from that. And then, again, the Women Life Freedom Movement in Iran. These are deep, deep existential crises for authoritarian countries, which we shouldn't forget. I guess the question is, how can democratic countries, what do we have to do to somehow sharpen the contradictions within the authoritarian countries and connect with the people who are part of a resistance movement? Obviously, if Ukraine wins the war, that will sharpen the contradictions in Russia. But we have to remember that there are people in Iran who are fighting for freedom, and if they win, that will have also enormous implications. What do we have to do to somehow win this battle and take advantage of the vulnerabilities of the autocratic countries? Vera.
Well, I'm sorry that Pepe Borrell is not sitting here, because what we speak about is the external action, in fact, and I think that he could share with you a lot of concrete stories, how during his work he was managing or not managing to convince some partners. He speaks to cooperate with us also on the matters relating to human rights, especially because human rights protection is our main concern in the countries. But you have me here. So first of all, Alexandra is absolutely right by saying Ukraine has to win and Russia has to lose, because this is now the war between two systems, and our system has to win. Our system has to start winning the information war first, and this is where we are failing, because it's my job in the Commission, the fight against disinformation. Already before the invasion started in 2022, Africa and Latin America were overflooded by the Russian narratives that Ukraine and Ukrainians do not deserve to have own nation, own country, own identity. And during this preparatory phase, I have to say the West did not wake up soon enough. because it was a very clear sign that they are preparing invasion and that they will want to dehumanize Ukrainians. And we didn't react quickly enough. So this is our current struggle, current battle, not only in the EU member states, where the Russian propagandist machine is working with different intensity, but also in the global South countries, Africa and Latin America and Middle East. What can we do? Because you know, I'm not activist. I am. You said bureaucrat, didn't you say that?
I said you had a great title. You're not a bureaucrat, but you got a great title.
Okay.
Not a bureaucratic title.
So with all that fantastic title, I can only say things which fall under my competence and which are more or less politically correct. But I want to say that we work on several different fronts to push the third countries where we see either autocratic regimes or the tendencies to have stronger cooperation with them and to stop them or to help at least the people in those countries. First of all, we work on multilateral fora. I remember when President Trump came to the White House, how quickly it went that these multilateral fora, these international organizations were diminished and somewhat dishonested. Is it the right word? Dishonested?
Yeah, disconnected.
He didn't manage to dismantle them, but he diminished the importance of those organizations. And we in Europe, we knew that this is absolutely important, that we keep this ongoing, because these are fora where we can sit together and speak and impose some pressure. And so this is gone. Maybe, I hope it will not come back, but this multilateral fora, for the EU, it's the main thing. Bilateral discussions and diplomacy. We have hundreds of bilateral contacts. With Africa, what we hear recently from the States and also from African Union as such, that our development aid, our funding is too uneasy, that we want too much, that we dare to insist that if we send the money to a country, we want to see elementary justice system work, and we don't want to see any oppression of people and human rights. Indeed, it's uneasy money, but we have to insist that we have to continue being demanding. At the same time, China is investing in the same countries without any conditions. It's easy money with short return of the profits, and there will be continuing discussion in the EU how to do these things, to support and to claim and to receive some results. I don't want to say that we can pay for everything, but the development aid and humanitarian aid, it's part of our tool. It's part of our toolbox. And last thing, I think that this is not only the autocrats sitting in the governments and palaces. It's also the digital big companies which took over the power. And this is what we started in the EU, to rebalance the power, to impose a responsibility on them. We believe that the US might follow. There are also already signs that they might take the same approach as the EU. We want to convince other partners within G7. We are working in G20 to convince them that there should be some rules for the parallel digital world, where it seems to be that jungle is allowed, hate speech against minorities is possible, inciting of violence against concrete people, concrete minorities. I think that this is very important, this rebalancing of power. When I came to the Commission in 2014, I started the discussion with the managers of big tech, And I had that feeling from them that they grabbed too much power and they want to give us something back. So we are taking it back in Europe, but it's not only. It cannot be only for the EU to act vis-à-vis the big tech, which should have more responsibility. And I think that this is the space where we also could. This space could be used for positive influence on the countries where the autocratic tendencies are seen.
Alexandra, you know, Ukraine, it represents a kind of a moral example to the world. I think it was inspiring when it fought back and it resisted, but it really began before that. Because I can remember during the Euromaidan revolution of 2013 and 2014, it was an example, we talked about it, it was an example of moral responsibility, that people were acting with a sense of moral responsibility at a time when that was not common. And I guess the question that I have for you is, how can Ukraine, being what it is, and given the struggle that it is a part of, how can it influence the moral development of other countries and the world through its example?
I think that it's a time to take responsibility. I live in Kiev, and my native city, like thousands of other Ukrainian cities, are constantly being shelled, not by Russian rockets, but also Iranian drones. And this shows how stronger authoritarian regimes cooperate and support each other, which means that people from different countries who are fighting for freedom and democracy have supported each other more stronger. And we all work with fires. Our world become more and more turbulent, which means that we will face with more and more fires in different parts of the globe. So it's time to change this wrong wiring. It's time to take responsibility, to join efforts, and to start a cardinal reform of international system of peace and security. It's not working. They don't provide protection against authoritarianism and against wars. This system was built in past century by victorious states and provide for some states unreasonable privileges. And that is why we have a situation when a UN Security Council member can start the war of aggression, commit horrible atrocities against civilians, and nobody can stop it.
That's part of the problem of the UN system. It's a permanent member with a veto.
And
it's a horror.
I see no demand to start a cardinal reform of international system of peace and security. It's about our future in which we and our children will live in. It's about future of each people, regardless where they are. And what we have instead, I recently heard the proposals of the President of the United States of America. He told that we have to start a reform of Security Council, which means that we have to increase the number of states from this club of privileged. It's not reform. We need a cardinal reform of international system of peace and security, which has to be based not on GDP or size of the country, but on human rights and freedom.
And Zelensky's been obviously a very, very important voice for that reform because Russia has this veto and the UN can't act. So, okay, and I take what you said before as a kind of a Ukrainian statement of solidarity with the Women Life Freedom Movement in Iran. If you want to stop those drones, the Women Life Freedom Movement in Iran also has to win. Shimon, I mean, Havel was always had a, even in the 90s when everything seemed like it was going so well, he was always deeply worried about the Western complacency, Western affluence, the world's somehow loss of a sense of the transcendental, that everything was just getting operational and material and so forth. these are much, much deeper problems. And the Czech Republic somehow also can project this message in the same way that Havel created Forum 2000, and here we are in Prague trying to project the message to the world. And I guess my question is, how can we do that better? How can we really make this into a center which can help influence and reshape the values that are in the world today? Tough, I know, I'm sorry.
Well, to be honest, I think we as the Czechs can do very little in some moments. I think there was a moment last year when the Czechs were among first 2-3 countries which sent the first train with weapons to Kiev instead of just having speeches, and Prime Minister was together with his ID, the two people who basically organized the first high political visit to Kiev very quickly after the beginning of the war. These are the moments when the Czechs can show something and maybe be a bit of trendsetters, because they understand some things between the, let's say, former Soviet Union or part of that and the West. But otherwise, you know, Havel was absolutely extraordinary figure, connected with the great kind of a mythos or fairy tale, how the intellectual, you know, defeated communism, which was partially true, but partially the communism was getting empty. And the environment was enabling environment for what happened in Berlin, in Czechoslovakia, in Poland, elsewhere. So let's not expect that we can do more than we can do.
I guess what I'm striving for is I'm trying to look for the geopolitical equivalent of the power of the powerless. In other words, we're at that period today. You're saying that communism was empty, they were in decline. Today we have this global crisis. People are searching for answers. And it's possible that even, you know, the smaller countries can project a moral power which can influence the global environment.
Well, yeah, let me to challenge it a bit, and I think we should invite Tomáš Pojar, which is ID of the Prime Minister for Security and Foreign Policy, and his reading of the situation is that the time for gentle discussion is over. We entered already the very harsh clash with the authoritarians. So humanism is nice, but we need to double the armies now. That's basically his take on the situation. In other words, let's be ready for the fact that the world is not governed anymore around the round table where all parties agree. And that's the problem with UN reform, you know. I fully agree, but even if we put G7 together, and on the other side will sit China, India, Russia, Brazil, South Africa, and a few others, they will basically overvote despite how well it will be created. We are in the world which is about the confrontation, and I think Tomáš would be better in that because he's very pragmatic, very pragmatic. I am still idealist, so it's difficult for me to say, let's double the armies, because that's the answer to the authoritarians. If they will see that we are enough strong, they will behave differently. Because also the respect for, let's say, Euro-American Atlantic friendship, let's say Western Europe and US, the respect decline very much, through Iraq failure, through, seeing how, excuse me for that, it's not easy to be the biggest, but how US basically with all the extreme financial and military means, how unsuccessful are in some of the countries in Middle East, in Afghanistan. It's interconnected. So But back to your original question, what we can do in order to help maybe to increase a little bit of contradictions or tensions inside the countries, because that's closer to what I am doing. I think we have to increase our support to our colleagues which are fighting in the authoritarian or unfree environments for basic values, for freedom, for abolishment of censorship, for independent media, for basic human rights. And not only financial support, we have also to, I think, and it's happening in the sector, but stop this projectization which the Western countries often did, trainings and basically telling our colleagues in Russia, in Iran, in other places, how to do it, what to do. I think we should understand that our role is not to export something, it's to support those who are in their own countries trying to fight for values and freedoms and human rights, to be more humble, more respectful, to support them, to increase financial means, but also to open more of the avenues for them that if they need, they can seek the safe haven in our countries, which is not happening often. And it's a part of the moral support. It's a last resort, of course, but if the people know, well, if your life will be at the stake, you can get the visa in 2 hours and fly out. And it's not happening yet. So very technically and pragmatically, increase the financial support, treat them as partners and friends with respect, and not export the things, but support them in the way how they do it, because it will be also more genuine. It will not be the US-EU agenda which we export. It will be more trust-based, because they are risking their freedom, health, life sometimes. And the third thing, to make sure that if they are really, in a risk, that they can expect that we will open our, borders and allow them to quickly, very quickly get here and save their lives.
And we have a stake in saving their
absolutely,
lives.
Absolutely, because they are basically fighting for democracy and principles instead of us in their countries,
Elisa, Indonesia is the largest Muslim country in the world. And, your father projected an image of Islam which was very different from what we see in other places today, in some other places. And I was meeting with a Muslim friend of mine just last Thursday. She was agonized over, the way she felt that Islam was being perverted and misinterpreted, almost to become an ideology of hatred. What can be done? There's a kind of a battle also within Islam, isn't there, for a more peace-loving, human being-loving religion.
Definitely. Definitely we have these two streams of Islam in practice, especially in Islam in politics. The first one is the kind of Islams that you would see in countries like Indonesia, which is more like inclusive, substantive, inclusive kind of Islam that can live together in democracy, live together in diversity with other people. And at best, it's actually in Indonesia, we call the Muslims as the backbone of the Republic of Indonesia. Because the Muslims in Indonesia believe in my father used to coin this term, we need friendly Muslims, not angry Muslims, like that. So that's the first stream, the first paradigm. The other one is actually more in autocracies, is the exclusive, legal, formalistic kind of politics of Islam. And this is also a challenge because right now we have no countries that is really, I would say, pure in ideology, especially in theology. This you cannot see a place where you only have the Muslims without any other people of different religions. Or if you go to Myanmar, in Myanmar they say that all Myanmars, all the people, all the Burmese are Buddhist. That's not true. Or even in India right now, where they have this citizenship that actually put the Muslims aside in the mainstream constitution. So this is actually the challenge, is that we have no single space on earth that is just, you know, one kind of people, the pure one. We have diversities everywhere. So that's why we need to make sure that these principles of democracy would be the principles, the values, the universal living values that we are living on. That is one challenge within the Muslim societies itself. Look at what's happening in Afghanistan, for example, where what is happening in Afghanistan, of course, would reflect to other Muslims in other countries. People would see the kind of livelihood that is happening in Afghanistan right now to the women and the children there are actually the core principles of Islam, which is not. That's why every time we have international conferences like this, and then people asked about what has Islam done to this world, I would invite them to just come to Indonesia and see what kind of Islam that would benefit democracies.
Is there any discussion in Indonesia over trying to project a different vision?
Yes, we have right now, the government of Indonesia is currently implementing the religious moderation program. I'm involved in that. And we have these illiberal tendencies, the illiberal democracy characteristics in Indonesia, of course, with the rise of the ultra-conservatives in Indonesia that use the Islam as hate sentiments in political contest. But the Indonesian moderates, which is still strong, come forward and ask for the government to develop a comprehensive strategy in religious moderation program. And this has been successful in keeping the Indonesian society to the practice of religious moderation itself in all kinds of religions in Indonesia, of course. But Carl, can I follow up on
please, go ahead.
Simon's response? I would like to share a story about Myanmar and ASEAN. This would be a more positive, optimistic story. You know, this year we have the ASEAN Summit, and Myanmar was supposed to take the leadership of ASEAN the next term from Indonesia, but because of the situation in Myanmar, the military coup and the ongoing disastrous political situations in Myanmar, these leaders in ASEAN decided to forgo Myanmar. This is not like a sanction, but it is still a sanction, right? So the leadership would go to Philippines, and that is because of the autocracy in Myanmar. And I think if we can have the conversation, we talk about the UN, we talk about the multilateralism. If we can focus on the principles of democracy and strengthening that, and also strengthening again the civil society movement, and the global movement of democracy, I think we can push for that, like what's happening in ASEAN.
Well, that's wonderful. You know, and one of my hopes that could grow out of a meeting like this is that this institution, what it brings together, can somehow play a stronger global role. It's not out of the question. And I was asked, you know, in conclusion, to somehow tell you what's going to happen tomorrow and, you know, in the period immediately ahead. And, you know, there are a lot of meetings tomorrow. One of them is going to be of something that is called the International Coalition for Democratic Renewal, which is something that Forum 2000 manages and organizes. It's still a long way from what it could be, but it sort of suggests an action arm which brings groups together around the world to try to accomplish the kinds of things we're talking about, which are possible. And having Indonesia be a part of that is also, obviously for reasons that we have discussed, extremely important. And I just want to note that, I've talked to Jakub about this, that the meeting of the International Coalition for Democratic Renewal will be taking place, I think it's at 12:15 tomorrow. I'm not entirely sure, but you'll see it on the agenda. And it says it's meeting by invitation only. But I was given permission to sort of say, if you feel you want to be active in the International Coalition, you're invited. And you can talk to, Veronica, I don't know, is Veronica here? You can let her know. Yeah, there she is. You can let her know that if you want to take part in that, so they can know how many people will be attending and so forth. But I think that we need to think together about how to build the various instruments that we have to fight this battle, because obviously it's not just a military battle. This is going to be a battle of ideas, of values, of information. So we'll have a very active day tomorrow, but that's one of the elements that'll happen tomorrow. There will be meetings on Central Asia, on the Balkans, on Latin America. This, for the first time, you have a strong African group at this meeting. I think that's just terrific. And they're going to be meeting as to how they can be better organized and become more a part of this, so this can become a truly global and integrated movement. There will be a dinner immediately following this right over there in the Zoom hall. But you don't get there by going that way. You got to go around. It'll be where we were last night for the session when Larry spoke. And then afterwards, there'll be two night owl sessions, one on India's foreign policy and another on, maybe interesting, on what's happening in Saxony. And evidently there are lessons in the German state of Saxony which might help us understand a little bit better how to counter the problem of polarization. Which I, as an American, am very worried about, and I think it's a problem in other countries. And I was going to mention that, but it's one of the things that make us today potentially what Bob Gates, in an article in Foreign Affairs, calls a dysfunctional superpower, which could be very, very dangerous for the entire world. So we have all these problems to think about. But I want to thank you all for being such a terrific panel. And I think today's session, was just extremely successful. And I want to let, on behalf of all of us, I want to thank Jakub Kleppal, Veronica, Marketa, Martin, and all the other people that are part of Forum 2000 for thanking them for pulling this together. We have another day tomorrow, but thank you I think this has been the best of the meetings that I've attended, and we have to think about how to help them build this for the future. Thank you.